2025, day one. That's me, okay. Please, before we begin, let's rise for the national anthem.
And to lead us into the national anthem today, can we please bring to the front Linda Wan Neka.
Good morning, everyone.
Shall be the symbol that truth and justice reign in peace, so battle honor, and this we count as gain to heaven, to our children.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be seated, please.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. Now, today, and this is the heartbeat of innovation, collaboration, and transformation in Africa's digital economy. This year's theme, the FinTech Ecosystem Symphony. And I know you would probably ask yourself, why a symphony? And this is because the FinTech space, like a great orchestra, is made up of many players. These are regulators, startups, investors, developers, banks, and consumers. It is a privilege to host you today. My name is Inam Maso. I am South African by name, by blood, and by design, but I am Pan-African by choice and by demand. I am not alone today. I have got a beautiful co-MC that is right next to me.
Thank you so much, Inam. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, disruptors and believers in Nigeria's digital economy. Today, over the next 2 days, starting today, in the city of Lagos, we will orchestrate ideas innovations, and partnerships that will shape the rhythm of Nigeria's digital economy. So, are you excited about this two-day event? Ladies and gentlemen, I just asked a question, and I see the energy in the room is really, really low. Are you excited about this two-day event? Okay, we're going to test the energy again. If you're excited, when I say, are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy, you say fintech. Are you ready? Okay. Are you ready over here as well? Are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy? Louder. Are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy? Are you excited to be making history today? Fintech. Thank you so much. My name is Victory Wilson, and it's such an honor to be your host today. And before we go further, I would like to recognize special guests in our midst. Please, as I call their names, please give them a round of applause. We're starting with the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, who is ably represented here today. A round of applause. We also have the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama. Thank you so much for joining us. We have with us also the President, Fintech Nigeria, Dr. Stanley Jacob. A round of applause. The Vice President, Fintech Nigeria, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun. A round of applause. Please celebrate the Director, Payment System Supervision, Dr. Rekia Okpeyemi Yusuf. Thank you for being with us. The Chief Executive Officer, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, Mike Ogbalu. Thank you for being with us. The Group Executive, First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Callistus Obeta. We also have the Vice President MasterCard, Olushola Olakomi. Thank you for being with us. And we have the Regional Business Development Director, Northwest Africa at SUMSOB, Richard Emma. Thank you for being with us. And we have the President, Africa Fintech Network, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Segun Aino. Please, a round of applause. We would have an impactful 2 days filled with stocks, breakout sessions from our amazing speakers. So please, at this time, give all our speakers a warm round of applause. And you came here despite the cold, despite the rain, and you're here putting your hands together for all these VIP guests. So you need to celebrate yourselves as well. Please celebrate yourselves for being here today.
Now, it's a no-brainer that you don't come into a person's house and you don't know whose house this belongs to. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, we're going to get into the agenda of this morning. And before I do that, I would like to, you guys call him the Odogu, people who deserve that, bragging right. So before I introduce him to the front, he is our first speaker for the day, and he's going to open up his house and officially welcome us to FinTech Nigeria Week 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this man's name is Stanley Jacobs. Stanley is a FinTech executive and business leader with a strong drive for platform orchestration. He is currently the CEO of Zest, what formerly was a Stanbic IBTC Financial Services Limited. He is the president of the Governing Council of Fintech Association of Nigeria, and he's a member of Fintech and Innovation, as well as the Capacity Buildings Committee of Governing Council for the Chartered Institute of Bankers in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the man behind the name is also the president of FinTech Nigeria and the host for Nigeria Fintech Week. Can we please welcome to the front Mr. Stanley Jacobs?
All right, also joining Mr. Stanley is a visionary advocate for innovation and inclusion, the Vice President, FinTech Nigeria, and Chairman of Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the visionary advocate, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedon.
So forgive me, this is my first time speaking on a round stage, except in church. So we're looking for where to stand. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, our stakeholders, VIP. Despite the cold, rainy day, we had everyone here as early as 9 a.m. But of course, we needed to stretch a bit to accommodate a few more others. This morning, we're having the first opening remarks jointly with the Vice President, who happens to chair the organizing committee for this event. When Fintech Nigeria was set up as the premier voice for Fintech in Nigeria, the vision was not just to have an organization that would sit back and observe what happens in the ecosystem. It was more around an organization that would drive digital transformation for our financial landscape. We wanted to lead and we wanted to orchestrate it. Halford Lecoq once said that no single person can whistle an orchestra. No single person can whistle a symphony. You need an orchestra to do so. And today, that is what we are demonstrating with the Nigerian Fintech Week. Today, we are orchestrating, and I can confidently say that the vision of Fintech Nigeria is becoming a reality. When we took office last year, one of the first things we did was to set up the PI agenda. And everywhere we had to socialize, you get to see the PI. PI means participation, innovation, and expansion. And that has been the bedrock on which we have been driving the transformation in the ecosystem. Participation, because we feel that a lot more stakeholders needed to come to the table to take decisions that impact not just the businesses, but also the consumers and experience. Innovation, because we're seeing how fast technology is moving, and expansion in connecting to other countries across the globe. Today, our membership has grown to over 600 strong institutions, and this is a testament to our magnetic pull and our shared purpose. We are no longer just an association. We are now a movement that is supported by over 62 dedicated volunteers who have committed 20 hours monthly to advancing our collective goals and have supported our regional groups. For those of us who don't know, for the first time in almost a decade, this is the first time that the Nigerian Fintech Week will be hosting in multiple cities at the same time: Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. And I'm saying that because when they introduced some people, they didn't see them in the room. We have some of our VIP speaking from Abuja. So this demonstrates impact. The power of our communities of practice perhaps is one of our most significant achievements since we took office, and has been the establishment of 5 communities of practice which we have today. It cuts across innovation and technology, cybersecurity and risk management, economic inclusion, regulatory and policy, and new industry advocacy to amplify our collective voice, strengthen our influence and policy decision through strategic local and international lobbying efforts.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to just maybe extend a little bit further in the fact that our organization now is beyond just our members. We actually are impactful in other areas when it comes to positions in our regulatory connections. These are not just ceremonial roles with our regulators. We're actually representing our sector's maturity, as well as being recognized for our expertise in Nigeria's most important financial and technology areas. The accessibility that we now enjoy to our chiefs and our regulators we are always grateful. This year, we've undertaken comprehensive reforms to strengthen the operational frameworks. We also have a governing council retreat that have resulted in establishment of robust procurement processes. We have a clear delegation now of authorities and protocols, comprehensive conflict of interest policies for our members through all of our data privacy audits. These initiatives reflect our commitment to practicing the highest standards of governance that we advocate across the broader financial sector in Nigeria. As we look ahead, and I want to maybe kind of go off script a little bit because you guys, my president is standing here. I do want to make sure that we represent not only him as a conductor, but all the conductors that we have in the room. So you guys, your maestros, your conductors, our theme this year was very intentional. We have an incredible committee of members, of our members and our governing council that have put together this particular theme. The theme this year is called the Fintech Ecosystem Symphony, Orchestrating Nigeria's Digital Future. So this is not merely just an event. It has now become a statement of intent. Like our symphony, the fintech ecosystem requires every instrument that we see here in this room. So I want you guys to make a commitment to yourselves today that you will not leave Fintech NGR without making the deal that you came to make, without meeting the person that you came to see. I also want to ask if there's anyone in the house that needs a little bit of religion. He talked about a round stage. If you need a little bit of religion, we're also going to have that today, how technology has changed the landscape of religion. Is there anyone in here who's single and looking to find your special someone? Okay, I saw a few hands back there. We also have dating on the scene. We have some of our conductors today who have some dating apps and technology to help you make those connections. We also have areas of Bitcoin, AI, if that's an area that you're looking for, is also going to be here for you today. So honestly, I do not want you to leave today or this week without getting what you came for. All right, so is that a promise we can all make? Yes? So one thing I told my daughter when she goes to events, she's always nervous, like, oh, I really, really want to meet someone. Can you know that the person that you want to meet also wants to meet someone? So don't be nervous. Go up to them. Definitely make that connection is what we want you to do here at Nigeria Fintech Week. So just know that this is the first time we are expanding, as our president has said, but our aim is to continue to grow this pie. And that means that while we're only doing 3 regions now, we definitely want to come to a region even farther beyond Nigeria, because Nigerians touch every part of the globe, and we want to be able to support them. So with that, I want to personally say on behalf of our organizing committee, welcome, and I want to have our president help us to close this off. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude, thank you, Dr. Jamila. This is the power of the symphony. I just wanted to add, when you talked about religion, that people are going to go away with something new today, and it's called faith tech. So we're going to understand faith tech and how technology has transformed millions of people in their interactions with faith. I want to finally express our gratitude to each of you. Together we have built something remarkable. We have created an ecosystem that doesn't just respond to change, but drives it. We have established a platform that doesn't facilitate dialogue alone, but also helps to shape policy. We now have a community that doesn't just celebrate success, but is a part of success in itself. The symphony of Nigeria's digital future is already playing. We are playing it this morning, and we will continue even after the Nigerian Fintech Week. Each of you here in this room holds an instrument. The melody we create together will not only transform how Nigerians access internet, technology, and interact with financial tech services, but will also serve as a model for digital innovation across Africa and beyond. Our mission continues Our vision remains clear. Our commitment is unwavering. Let us orchestrate Nigeria's digital future together. Thank you.
Let the symphony begin.
We can give them another round of applause. So very quickly, just before I welcome our next speaker, like Mr. Stanley and Dr. Jamila said, the theme is orchestra, and orchestra is sound. So I'm going to need us to be very flexible and exercise our clapping today, right? Because we are here to make sound. There's a sound that needs to come out of Landmark today that gives people an understanding that there are movers, shakers, and history makers in Lagos, Nigeria, right? So can we just practice that one more time? Can we give them another round of applause? Now, with that being said, thank you very much. I would like to welcome our next speaker. Personally, for me, our next speaker to give the goodwill address doesn't really need an introduction, but because we are observing protocol, I'll go ahead and introduce him. I have a bit of a funny story. I remember I sat down with him some months ago for a conversation and an interview, and every moment when I felt like I've nailed it, this guy, he's gonna call me, I'd be like, thank you, sir. Then he'll come back and be like, one more question. And then I'll answer the question. I'm like, thank you, and be like, wait, before you go, one more question. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is Dr. Segun Aina. Dr. Segun Aina is a global banking leader, an internationally recognized fintech digital ecosystems builder, transformative business leader, and serial investor and chartered arbiter. He is also the founding president of Africa Fintech Network and the chairman of Apollo Global Innovation. With a resounding round of applause, can we please welcome Dr. Segun Aina to the floor?
Hello. Okay. Good day, everyone. Distinguished VIPs all seated, and I want to assume all the protocols that have been established earlier on, and participants at this event, including those that are here in Lagos, those that are in Abuja, and those that are in Enugu. And I want to commend the organizers for extending this event and making it a national event for the first time. And of course, we have a lot of people online. I don't know at the last count how many people are online, probably thousands or something, joining from all over the world. So what we're having today, I'm told, is something that is really universal, global. And I want to congratulate all of us for being part of this great event. In Lagos here, for those of you who are not in Lagos, it's been a very raining day, and it's a day of blessing. So we are all blessed to be here today because the showers of blessings are here with us on this first day of the event. And of course, we are also into a symphonized event. When I heard that was symphony, I said, wow, that is really, really very, very interesting. So we are all looking forward to be symphonized in these 2 or 3 days event. The Nigeria Fintech Week have been a wonderful event over the years since 2017, and we see it improving every year, gets better every year. This year is unique and it's better, and I want to congratulate and thank and commend the Planning Committee and the Governing Council of the Fintech Association of Nigeria for putting this together. We look forward to the wonderful things that will come out. The Fintech Association of Nigeria, as you very well know, is the largest Fintech association in Africa. And I'm sure my friend Martin will agree to that. Martin sitting down there is the president of the Ghana Fintech and Payment System Association. We thank you very much, Martin, for joining this, and I'm sure a lot of other presidents from other countries are joining. And Nigeria has continued to provide leadership in many ways, just as other countries also provide leadership in some ways. I want to commend Nigeria for what Nigeria is doing. Nigeria today has 4 of the 9 fintech unicorns in Africa, and many more are still on the way. And we hope that some of you that are here today, creators, innovators, will, in few years to come, be leading and championing, leading a fintech unicorn in Africa. Just like some of the people who are now founders of unicorn companies were here many years ago, sitting down in this room. So it's a challenge for all of us to be the best we can to create things. Nigeria still has a lot of challenges, as Mike, the PAPS CEO, will tell you. There's still so many things that need to be done, and we are looking forward to creators like you, some of you that are here, and some of you that are also joining online, to be able to be the face of the new Nigeria, be the face of the new Africa. And I'm talking about Africa because I'm privileged to be the president of the Africa Fintech Network, a network of 48 national fintech associations in Africa, covering 48 countries. And with the likes and with the support of these countries, we are, pushing Africa and showing the stuff that Africa can deliver to the world. For some of us who have banking, who do banking transactions and payment transactions across the world, we discover that a number of the products that we've seen coming out of Africa, coming out of Nigeria, are far, far superior to what we have in those developed world. So that means we can compete, very well, at the global scale. So whatever we are doing it for the global scale. To end this goodwill message, which of course I'm doing on behalf of the 48 countries that form the Africa Fintech Network, I just want to share with you a few things that we are doing at the Africa Fintech Network, which we believe will advance, the development of fintech in Africa. One is the Africa Fintech Hub, which is a platform, a digital platform that is being funded by the Africa Development Bank, aimed at being a one-site source for information about everything that is happening in the fintech space, in the fintech space, so that anybody, be you investor or a potential innovator or somebody, you want to know what's going on in Burundi, in DRC, in South Africa, by the touch of a button, you know what is available. Or like now that you have to be looking at so many other sources. Hopefully in the next year or so, that platform will be fully ready and functional, and that will advance the avenue to get information for what is happening in Africa. Secondly, few years ago, nobody would talk about cross-border or passporting, moving your business from Nigeria to South Africa or to Uganda. But today we have a lot of the fintechs that have started who are now operating across many countries. But they face very, very significant challenges in moving from one country to the other. Because of that, we are working on what we call fintech license passporting, so that with the support of regulators, and I'm very happy the Central Bank of Nigeria is here, and many other regulators are also here with us. Through the licensing passporting, it will be very easy for you to move from one country to the other because you have standardized requirements to move. So we are getting the support of that, and we have a working group working on that platform. Also, that you need to have a one voice for the fintech industry in Africa. So we are putting together, and we have all the fintech unicorn founders and some near unicorns have agreed to come together with the AFN as secretariat to be the voice of fintechs in Africa. And we believe that this will also be very, very helpful to regulators and many players and people and governments and policymakers that are looking at how to advance the cause of fintech. And lastly, we also have a plan. In fact, it has been actualized. I think it's already actualized, taking Africa Fintech to the world. A lot of people outside of Africa do not know the enormous capacity that we have in Africa. So we started the first one in Canada, taking Africa Fintech to the world, and we are hoping to do that in the UK. We're happy to do that in France. We're happy to do that in the UAE, in the Middle East, so that the whole world knows what is going on in Africa. And we are opening up the market space, global market space for all the innovators, all the fintech players in Africa to be able to expose them to what is going on in the world. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here, and we are looking forward to a wonderful 2 days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Segun Aino. Yes, it's still the Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. I would like to say thank you to our virtual audience for joining us today. And today we are orchestrating Nigeria's digital future. And in a symphony, we know that everyone plays a part. And I'd like to remind you that this event is for you to network as well. Your next big collaboration might be seated right next to you. So make sure you connect with someone new today. And it's my honor to start off the conversation because I know some people can be shy and say, oh, no, I don't know how to start when it comes to networking. So let's do something. You look to the person seated right next to you on your left and your right. Tell them, hi. Say your name. Say what you do. And because we're creating a symphony, you do ta-da. You end it with ta-da. So I'll start. My name is Victory Wilson. I'm a broadcast journalist and an events compere. Ta-da! I'm not hearing ta-da, though. That ta-da means that you've met someone new. So look to the person behind you as well. Some people are not doing it. You're just looking at me and you're smiling. I said connect. All right? Look to the person behind you. Tell them your name. Tell them what you do. And end with ta-da. So I'm sure you've done it. I'm not hearing tadas over here. Okay, I see you're connecting. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now let's just keep the warmth on. A round of applause for yourselves. You know, the more you clap, the warmer you get. So please, when we say a round of applause, please put your hands together for yourselves. So at this time, thank you. At this time, it's my honor to bring up distinguished guests. It is my honor to bring up someone who will be sharing insights on powering a multi-billion-dollar business with fintech. And we know that when policy meets innovation, progress happens, right? So join me, welcome Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, the governor CBN, ably represented by Dr. Rekia Okpemi Yusuf, the Director, Payment System Supervision. Please, a round of applause.
She almost called me Okpemi, and I always hear that. So I like to be called Opemi because Opemi means my thanks, right? And in my language, Opemi means the pretty one. So it's my thanks. Very distinguished personalities present here. I'm standing to deliver the keynote address of the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. He sends his warm greetings. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Are you siphoning? So we are here symphonizing the FinTech Week 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the existing protocol. It is my honor to address you at the Lagos Center of Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. I acknowledge the leadership of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, otherwise called Fintech NGL, notably Dr. Stanley Jacob, President and Chairman of Council, serving as the chief host of the Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. And my very dear sister, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun, the Vice President and Chairman of the Planning Committee of this event. I also welcome fellow regulators. I hear that the DG of SEC is around, and others. Industry leaders, innovators, and participants joining from Abuja, Lagos, and Enugu. This year's decentralized format is laudable. By extending conversations beyond Lagos, Fintech Nigeria has reinforced the principle that fintech innovation is a national imperative and not a regional privilege. It ensures voices from underserved regions are included in shaping Nigeria's digital financial future. The theme Fintech Ecosystem Symphony, orchestrating Nigeria's digital future, is timely. Like an orchestra, our fintech ecosystem requires harmony between innovators and regulators, between inclusion and security, and between competition and collaboration. Only through such balance can we orchestrate a future that advances innovation, strengthens trust, and enhancing financial inclusion. Innovation is a catalyst of fintech and the lifeblood of Nigeria's digital economy. From mobile payments to AI-driven services, fintech innovations are reshaping access to finance. The Central Bank of Nigeria embraces responsible innovation, providing space for creativity while safeguarding the financial stability. Policies such as the open banking, when operationalized, will foster new opportunities for collaboration, ensuring customers benefit from competitive, tailored services. By balancing innovation with prudent oversight, we allow new technologies to flourish while protecting consumers and the broader financial system. A symphony is incomplete if some instruments are silent. Likewise, national progress suffers when communities are excluded. Financial inclusions remain central to the CBN in achieving its mandate. Initiatives such as agent banking and microfinance expansion targets the grassroots communities. Fintech solutions like mobile wallets and USSD services are lowering barriers, but technology alone cannot close the gap. We must combine innovation with collaboration across government, industry, and communities to build trust, improve literacy, and extend financial services to rural and underserved Nigerians. Our collective commitment must be that no region or community is left out of Nigeria's digital transformation. Innovation must rest on a foundation of trust and compliance. In music, rhythm sustains harmony. In finance, compliance underpins credibility. The principle of compliance by design requires fintech firms to embed regulatory standards, consumer protection, and security considerations into product development from the onset. By integrating KYC processes, data protection, and risk controls at inception, innovators can build services that are secure, fair, and sustainable. The approach is further reinforced by the CBN recent directives on ISO 20022 compliance, which enhance data quality, interoperability, and efficiency in payment messaging. And on geofence and geotagging of terminals, which strengthens transaction integrity, curb fraud, and improve traceability of payment activities across the country. Collectively, these measures demonstrate how embedding compliance within system design not only mitigates risk, but also create a more resilient and trusted payment ecosystem. The central bank expects all innovators to uphold the highest standards of integrity. Regulatory compliance is not an obstacle, but a precondition for sustainable growth. Products built on compliance and trust, attract investors, and endure. We encourage entrepreneurs to see regulators not as obstacles, but as partners in building a responsible fintech ecosystem. As Nigerians advances towards a cashless economy, the foundation of progress must remain trust in our payment system. Innovation loses its meaning if consumers are not confident in the safety of their money or the protection of their data. Over the last year, we have seen strong adoption of digital channels, with total electronic payment reaching over 3.9 billion transactions, valued at 280 trillion in August 2024. Compared to the growth you have to 4.12 billion valued at 384 trillion by July 2025. This sustained growth reflects both the confidence of the Nigerian public in digital platform and the depth of transformation within the payment ecosystem. To safeguard this momentum, the CBN has prioritized the integrity of the payment system by mandating stringent security standards, strengthening cybersecurity frameworks, and promoting advanced fraud detection technologies. We continue to work closely with the Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum and law enforcement agencies to combat digital crime and protect consumers. The public can be assured that protecting the integrity of our payment system remains what? Paramount. Security and trust are the steady rain upon the fintech innovation must play, ensuring that growth in electronic payment is not only sustained, but also safe and reliable. The ongoing work on the rollout of open banking represents a significant milestone in Nigeria's financial innovation journey. By enabling secure consent-based sharing of financial data, open banking promises to empower fintechs and banks to deliver more competitive and tailored service to consumers. While Nigeria is proud to be among the first African nations advancing this framework, the central bank has deliberately adopted a measured approach to its implementation. We are committed to ensuring that the necessary safeguards, particularly around fraud prevention and data security, are firmly in place before go live. This careful sequencing reflects our philosophy of collaborative regulation, working with industry through sandboxes, consultative forums, and joint initiatives to co-create policies that balance opportunity with protection. In this way, open banking will not only open new frontiers for innovation, but will do so in a manner that preserves trust and stability in our financial system. The central bank sees as the conductor of this fintech symphony, our role is to set the tempo, coordinate participants, and safeguard harmony. Our vision is a financial ecosystem that is secure against systemic and cyber risk, resilient to technological disruptions, and ensuring that opportunities extend to every citizen. Before I conclude, I wish to commend the Fintech Nigeria. Through advocacy, capacity building, and convening platforms such as these, we have advanced collaboration and innovation in Nigerian fintech landscape. Your work, the work of Fintech Nigeria, has supported regulators and innovators alike. And for this, we extend our gratitude. Nigeria's digital future is a symphony that we must compose together. Regulators, fintechs, banks, innovators, and consumers each hold an instrument. If we play in unity, we will create a composition that secures trust, drives inclusion, and strengthens innovation. The Central Bank of Nigeria reaffirmed this commitment to lead responsibly, regulate wisely, and collaborate earnestly with all stakeholders. Together, let us orchestrate a digital future for Nigeria that is innovative, inclusive, and globally competitive. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Please, another round of applause. Please, at this time, we'd like to invite the President. We'd like to invite the President, Dr. Stanley Jacob, Dr. Jamila, and Dr. Segun Aino to please come up stage for a photograph. Stood out from her speech. She said collaboration and extension of financial services to the rural areas. And this charge will definitely shape Nigeria's digital economy. And this is the reason why we are here. Today, what we are emphasizing is bigger than technology, right? We are emphasizing inclusion and opportunity. Please, another round of applause for her. Thank you. So we need all the VIP speakers to kindly come up stage for a photograph as well. Our VIP speakers on the left and on the right. Please, thank you. Okay, I think we're done with the pictures now. They're not taken. Wow. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we need Dr. Segun Aino, Dr. Jamila, Dr. Stanley. Please stay back for, yeah. All right, thank you. I think while the pictures are going on, it's also a good time to continue with your networking. Those that I didn't hear tada from, you can continue with your networking and give me the tada sound. Make sure you meet someone new today, because your next big collaboration might just be seated right next to you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Rakia Opemi Yusuf. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, for a goodwill address, I'd like to bring up stage Senator Adetokunbo Abiro, the chairman, Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions, ably represented by Blessing Adeolu Adediron, the senior programs manager, CC Hub and SIL Innovation Hub. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope we're enjoying the symphony. Okay, it's an honor to be here, and I bring us very, very warm greetings from the distinguished Senator Adetokunbo Abiro. I'm going to just go into reading the goodwill message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and highly esteemed guests, I'm very delighted to be at this great occasion, and I heartily congratulate the leadership of the Great Fintech Society of Nigeria, whom I had the pleasure of hosting a few weeks ago at SAIL Innovation Lab in Ikorodu, and every member of the body on the convening of this symbolic conference for the year 2025. The theme of this year's conference, Orchestrating Nigeria's Digital Future, is one which resonates very deeply with me. It is a call to action, a reminder that the future of our nation will be shaped by the digital innovations of today, and this will be the direct results of either our actions or our inactions. But the call to action to us is that by the stirrings of the symphony of this conference, the resolution of each and every one of us will be strengthened to play our part as key change makers in birthing our digital future by contributing our quota in our spheres of influence as CEOs, as CFOs, as directors of organizations, as members of the board, and as team members. By every decision that we will make to support the growth of digital solutions and access to opportunities for all. Indeed, we must continue to recognize the pivotal role that digital innovation plays in driving economic growth, improving governance, and enhancing the quality of life for all Nigerians. It is also very important to note that an orchestra, just as has been said severally today, is never, ever a one-man show. It is the coming together of the collective and collaborative efforts of all key players that brings the show alive. In the same vein, it will take our collective efforts to harness the benefits inherent in the fourth industrial revolution of the digital economy. And on this great occasion of the Fintech Society of Nigeria conference, we are gathered to celebrate the limitless potential of our great nation, Nigeria, and embedded in the boundless opportunities in the digital age is the brilliant efforts of everyone in the fintech ecosystem in Nigeria who has contributed in shaping this future. I know several of us have made very remarkable contributions to creating innovative products, contributing to the economy, creating access to opportunities by the companies we have founded. And they are highly recognized and deeply appreciated. As we stand on the threshold of a new era by this conference, as we orchestrate the digital future by the symphony of the fintech ecosystem that will spur an explosion of collaborations and strong partnerships from this conference, I want to share with you a story of innovation, of resilience, and of the unwavering efforts of individuals and organizations partnering to curate a brighter future for our digital landscape. A few years ago, I had the privilege to found the SAIL Innovation Lab alongside my wife as our response to shaping the digital future and providing an enabling environment for young people to gain access free of charge to upskilling in demand tech skills that enables them to compete favorably in the global markets in partnership with Co-Creation Hub, the foremost innovation and startup ecosystem enabler in Africa. And in a short space of 3 years, the SAIL Innovation Lab has become a beacon of hope, a beacon of progress, with over 9,000 lives impacted across various digital trainings in data science, in game development, in software development, in digital marketing, and in digital training skills for our teachers and STEM training for students in secondary schools across Lagos State. Today, we have a representation of people who have been trained by SAIL Innovation Lab. Can I have you say hi? Amazing. Please, let's celebrate them. Thank you. In the innovation ecosystem, the SAIL Innovation Lab, which I founded, is a world-class infrastructure of creativity and problem-solving located in the heart of Ikorodu. And it's not just a physical space. It is a symbol of what we can achieve when we all come together to contribute our quota and form powerful partnerships to harness the power of technology and innovation. As we look to the future, it is essential that we all continue to contribute and nurture our innovation ecosystem. We must provide the necessary resources and platforms for our innovators to thrive. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the future of Nigeria's digital landscape is bright. And we all, again, it is a symphony. We all have a unique opportunity to shape a brighter future for our nation. Let us continue to support and nurture our innovation and digital ecosystem, providing the necessary resources, mentorship, and platforms for innovation, for technology, for collaboration, for partnerships to thrive. Together, by our powerful partnerships and collaborations, we will build a Nigeria that is not only digitally empowered, but also a leader in the global innovation landscape. And I want to, at this point, appreciate the leadership of the Fintech Society of Nigeria for the honor and their collaborative efforts to the work at SAIL Innovation Lab. Once again, on behalf of the distinguished Senator Adetokunbo Abiru, we congratulate the Fintech Society on this great assembly and welcome you all to the great life-transforming conference. We wish you a truly transformative conference that awakens every one of us once again to our collective responsibility to shaping and birthing Nigeria's digital future. The future is now, and it is in our hands to bring it alive for posterity to come by our collective efforts. Thank you, and let us continue to orchestrate a brighter, more innovative future for Nigeria. Happy 2025 FinTech Week.
Can we give her another round of applause as she takes her seat? So I think it is very safe to say that technology and innovation is not a Gen Z thing. It is everybody's responsibility and everybody's business. And before we get into the conductor's baton, which is us spotlighting our headline partners, there's something an exercise that I want to do, because anytime you come into an innovation summit, there are keywords that you hear. One of them is innovation, another one is collaboration, and then the last one is partnerships. So I want you to partner with your neighbor for a moment. And I want us to just exercise a bit of technology. Is that okay? Can you talk back to me? Is that okay? I know when we talk about tech, it's always so technical, but can we just come out of our techie space today, please? So I want you to do me a favor. I want you to pull out your phone very quickly. Yes, pull it out. It's technology. Pull it out. I want to see you pull it out. Everybody on this side too, pull it out. And I want you to go to your camera. Yes. And I don't want you to just take a picture because that's not why we are here. The theme is an orchestra and we are a symphony. So we don't have musical instruments. So what we're going to use today is our voices. Is that all right? Is that all right? There was a song when I was growing up that Beyonce sang, and the song was just giving a testimony of the fact that she was where? She was here. How many of you guys know that song? Nobody knows the song? Nobody knows the song? Okay, I'll teach you the song. It's very simple. The only thing I want you guys to learn is, I was here. That's all. That's all, right? Can we practice it together so we don't embarrass ourselves on camera? 1, 2, 3. I was here. Can we do it one more time? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. We sound the melodies are meloding. So what I want you to do now is I want you to take out your phone and I want you to go to your camera and I want you to take a video. I don't want you to just take a picture with your neighbor. I want you to take the video. And I want us to flex it and flaunt that we were here in Nigeria at Nigeria Fintech Summit 2025. So let's pull out our cameras as we do that. I want to welcome my co-MC to the stage for us to do it together. And then on the count of 3, we're going to sing it together. It must sound like a melody. So find yourself, if you are a baritone, it's I was here. If you're a soprano, it's I was here. So gather your voice. Let's not embarrass ourselves. Are we ready to do that? Yes. I'm going to count us down.
Some people don't have their phones out yet.
Take out your phone.
Take out your phone.
Don't be shy. It's a symphony. It's an orchestra.
We've already done the voice rehearsal. You did tada, so your vocal cords are open already. So don't be scared.
So on the count of 3, we are going to sing it together, right? Please, oh guys, it's an orchestra. So when I cue you in as the conductor for the moment, we sing it all together in unison. You record yourself singing that, all right? Are we ready? Yes, so it's I was here.
So are you doing soprano and I'm doing alto, or I'm doing soprano, you're doing alto? Which
you
one?
do soprano,
I'm doing
alto.
soprano. Okay, let's go.
Are we ready?
We're going to test our singing skills now. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. I was here. I think we only heard our voices.
Yes. So let's not sing. Let the
we're not going to sing.
Let the conductors conduct and let the orchestra and the choir sing. Are we ready?
We're going to conduct. 1,
2, 3.
Beautiful. Everybody sang soprano.
Very beautiful. Oh, here's the song. But I think we sang it better than Lady B today,
yes,
so please don't shame us. Our voices did us justice. Thank you, Mr. DJ.
Please post those videos and make sure that you tag Nigeria Fintech Week.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, before I call up our headline sponsors, I want us to also give them a round of applause because we know that summits like this would not take place without our partners. So before I call up our first headline sponsor, can we just give them a round of applause because we may not, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the theme, or rather the title for this specific speaker is Transforming Trust Through AI, Security, Customer First Digital Banking. I'd like to welcome to the front Callistus Obeta. This is the Group Executive, Technology and Services at First Bank of Nigeria Limited.
Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Is Mr. Callistus here? All right.
The Board of Trustees, Fintech Association of Nigeria, the Governing Council, Fintech Association of Nigeria, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lebiosu, the MD CEO of First Bank Nigeria, has graciously asked me to come to read his address and also extend his warm greetings. He's unavoidably absent this morning. It is indeed an honor to stand before you today at the Nigeria Fintech Week 2025, a gathering that has become a landmark event for shaping the future of finance and technology in our great nation and across Africa. I must commend the Fintech Association of Nigeria for its consistent effort in organizing this prestigious event, with this year marking the 8th edition, and for inviting me to speak on a topic that is foundational to our industry future, and that is transforming trust through AI, security, and customer-first digital banking. At First Bank, our legacy of 131 years is not merely measured by our assets or history, although that's a key part of our bragging rights, but by the enduring trust our customers place in us. Trust is the bedrock of financial services, enabling us to safeguard wealth, empower dreams, and support our customers through every transaction. Today, the fintech sector is experiencing exponential growth, driven by rapid technological advancements, evolving customer expectations, and the seamless integration of finance and technology. In Nigeria, mobile penetration and digital adoption are accelerating financial inclusion, with millions, from urban professionals to rural traders, transacting securely via mobile platforms. This progress, however, brings new challenges: escalating cyber threats, sophisticated fraud schemes, and the risks of eroding trust if customers feel insecure or disconnected in the digital journey. The truth is, in the new world of banking, trust is the currency that underpins everything else. And the levers through which we build that trust, AI, security, and customer-first digital experiences are at the heart of my message today. AI is no longer a futuristic concept. Indeed, it is the engine powering today's digital banking revolution, shaping how we engage customers, how we detect fraud, and how we anticipate needs. At First Bank, AI is fundamentally altering our value delivery model. Through our flagship mobile apps, First Mobile and Lit app, we are using data-driven insights to personalize recommendations and create seamless customer journeys. On First Direct, which is for our wholesale banking customers, we also leverage data to help businesses manage liquidity and payments more efficiently, ensuring speed with security. In fraud monitoring, AI-powered analytics now enables us to detect suspicious activity in real time, thereby stopping threats before they reach the customers. But the true power of AI lies not only in the technology itself, but in how responsibly we apply it. Trust requires that we are transparent in how we use data, and that we avoid bias in decision-making, and that we place ethics at the center of every algorithm. AI should not replace human relationships. It should strengthen them by freeing our people to do what they do best, and that is to serve customers with empathy and understanding. So while AI represents the cutting edge of digital banking today, security is still its backbone. Without security, trust collapses. So at First Bank, we have built security directly into our platforms just to ensure that we can maintain customer trust. On mobile app, for example, our First Mobile and Lit app, we have now integrated biometric authentication as well as card control features by giving customers more confidence in their daily transactions. On USSD banking, widely trusted across Nigeria, is also protected by multiple layers of verification, ensuring that even the simplest phone transactions remain secure. But security is not just about firewalls and encryption. It's also about creating a culture of vigilance across every layer of our institution. Furthermore, partnerships, as have been discussed, are very critical to what we are doing. And First Bank, and indeed all banks, cannot fight cyber threats alone. Collaboration with fintechs, with regulators and telcos are essential to outpace criminals who constantly are also innovating using the same tools. Trust is earned more deeply when innovation is felt in the customer's everyday life. And that is why at First Bank, every digital platform we deploy is designed around convenience, inclusion, and security. With First Money Wallet and agent network, millions of Nigerians in rural and underserved areas now have access to formal financial services at their doorsteps. Our first advance gives customers instant access to loans when it matters most. While with First Gem, we are now not just offering digital products, but creating a pathway for women to build financial independence. First Bank is leading the largest bank-led agency banking network. And we have also recently announced in the media that we have disbursed 1 trillion in digitally disbursed loans, and therefore ensuring that the orchestra and the music is felt across the nation. These innovations reflect one principle: we are putting the customer first. We digitize with empathy, ensuring technology serves the people, strengthens trust, and builds lasting relationships. Looking ahead, the convergence of AI, security, and customer-first design is not just reshaping banking, it's also redefining society at large. A future where AI anticipates needs before they are spoken, where security is invisible yet uncompromising, and where digital inclusion fuels national prosperity is exactly what we are pushing for. Nigeria has the opportunity to lead Africa in this transformation, and our fintech ecosystem is vibrant, our regulatory environment is evolving and maturing, and our people are among the most entrepreneurial in the world. But leadership requires trust, and trust is built not by technology alone, but by commitment, consistency, and collaboration. I challenge all of us here today, banks, fintechs, regulators, startups, and innovators, to embrace trust as our shared mission. Let us collaborate not only to build profitable enterprises, although profit is very important in fueling long-term viability, but to build a financial ecosystem where customers can transact with confidence, where innovation serves inclusion, and where Nigeria stands as a global beacon for secure, AI-driven, customer-first banking. So on behalf of Mr. Alebioshu, MD CEO, First Bank Nigeria, thank you, and I wish you a successful FinTech week.
Okay, thank you very much. Ruth, we invite Dr. Jamila for pictures. Please stay up stage. Thank you.
Accompanied by Dr. Jamila, Dr. Stanley Jacobs as well.
Thank you very much once again. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Callisto Sobeta. You know, from banking to borderless payments, collaboration is the new currency. And our next keynotes will show how Africa's financial future can move beyond border. From Lagos to Lusaka, Cairo to Cape Town, one name is connecting Africa through payments. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome for our next speech, the CEO of Pan-African Payment and Settlement, PAPS, Mr. Mike Ogbalu, to speak on Beyond Borders, accelerating financial inclusion and growth through interoperable payment infrastructure. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's good to be back home. Big thanks to Stanley, Jamila, Shago, and the entire team. Well, I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Again, I was thinking I'll be pacing around the stage, but this round stage, I'm not sure where to face. So maybe for a while, I'll stand here. You know, they say in fintech, you're building a car and driving it at the same time. So I'll try and wing it a little, yeah? But just to say thank you for having me. It's good to be back home. I arrived and I went straight to Yellow Chili to go and eat afang soup. So it's a good excuse to be back home, eh? Thank you. Again, I think there are a lot of people in this room who speak rounds and X's. Yeah, so I'm hoping that my presentation will show that the route to the next set of X's would be in focusing in Africa. Okay, so we have in this room people that I think will have the future of Africa in their hands, okay, and I'm trying to encourage you to begin to look at Africa. The difference between India's 1.4 billion, China's 1.4 billion, and Africa's 1.4 billion is that we have 42 different currencies, we have different regulators, and so on and so forth. What we are looking at is how can we, recognizing that we have all these different currencies, put in place a rail that can allow people in this room to begin to scale across Africa. And really, Africa would rise when Nigeria rises. So I'm hoping that you take this opportunity and actually begin to focus on Africa as the next destination for your businesses. I have a few slides to speak to. I hope, okay, fantastic. Fantastic. I thought it was going to be hot here in Nigeria, but you know, for someone, I live in Egypt, coming from Egypt, it feels like coming from the desert. So I was hoping this place would be warm, just like Egypt, but it's quite cold in here. Okay, so the route to actually achieving our goals in terms of prosperity for Africa, the route is through trade. However, trade does not happen if payment doesn't take place. And if payment has to take place, it needs to happen on rails that all of the people in this room create, and therefore in the kinds of experience that we want our customers to have. And therefore, when trade happens, it happens on our own terms. One of the key issues around the globe, around payments now, is around the sovereignty. If we are making payments, on whose rails are we making payments? How can Africa, if all of our aspirations are captured together and put on the AfCFTA, and if we know that the route to the prosperity of Africa is through trade, then we also have to take control of our payment rails. And of course, the people seated in this room are able to take payments to the last mile in a way that we're able to control the kinds of experiences that we're able to give our customers. But we have a challenge, and one of those challenges is with financial inclusion. We still are operating around 43% inclusion. Yes, we've done well. We have about 850 million mobile wallets. We have about 400 million, and this is based on World Bank data. We have about 400 million accounts. But when compared to other regions of the world, we are still very much behind. And I think that the work that the people in this room do will help us to bridge the gaps that we have. Okay, it looks like, okay, maybe I can just ask for next slide and you push it for me. So why does financial inclusion matter? It matters because, you know, when you talk about economic growth, when you have included both individuals, SMEs, large businesses, and so on, then we can conduct business more digitally. We're able to empower women and rural communities. We're able to reduce the cost of making payments and of remittances. We're able to facilitate regional trade, and we're able to enhance financial stability. A 10% increase in financial inclusion can reduce the cost of remittances by up to 1.5%. Now, SMEs, being the engine of growth for Africa, we found reports or research shows that SMEs that are fully financially included have a 30% more chance of actually doing business cross-border. Now, if we are saying that Africa will become a single market, it will be the SMEs that we empower in the various markets that will actually be able to go across Africa and take advantage of what the continent has to offer. Okay, next slide. Now, in Africa, again, from documented sources, we have about 1,400 significant fintechs in Africa, with Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt actually leading the way. We have about $3.5 billion in funding as at end of 2022, and 60% of them is within the payments and remittance space. And fintechs are actually bridging the gaps around access, around affordability, and innovation. Now, about 70% of the world's mobile money transactions were processed in Africa. So Africa is taking the lead in the area of mobile money, and therefore Africa is well positioned to be able to leapfrog and to actually disrupt the future that we see. There's a scramble for Africa. People are talking about other people, different parts of the world, actually scrambling for Africa. But my guess is that people in this room are actually better positioned to grab a share of the Africa that we see. Next slide. Now, the challenges around payments in Africa is that they are fragmented. We have multiple currencies. It's quite expensive. And I make the joke when I speak in different places. I say, it's easier for me to fly from Lagos to Accra, a flight time of about 1 hour, to actually physically deliver cash than actually making some of the using existing cross-border methods to make payments. Now, when you have payment channels that are actually expensive, that is delayed, what it means is that people spend more time confirming payments than they have to turn around their inventory. When payment systems become more effective and more efficient, it leaves people, businesses, more time to actually turn around their inventory. The more they turn around their inventory, the more they are prosperous. Now, we've seen different regulatory frameworks which need to be harmonized. And these are challenges that exist within the continent. How have we approached it? We see opportunities in the sense that Africa has about $5 billion that it loses to people outside of this continent. And I did a presentation recently, and I showed them the people who make a lot of the decisions around payments in Africa. And I said to the group of central banks that were in the room, the governors, and I said to them, no one in this picture looks like you, okay? And so clearly, Africa needs to be able to, in building its own payment rails, is able to save this $5 billion. It's able to improve intra-Africa trade, which today is at 16%. It's able to design payment frameworks, regulatory frameworks that is fit for purpose for Africa. And it's able to take advantage of the over $60 billion of flow to Africa that exists today. Next slide. So what have we done? PAPS is uniquely positioned to help Africa create a common rail in a way that is non-competing with stakeholders, but offers opportunities for people. A bright idea in one part of the continent is able to scale across the continent. So PAPS is a financial market infrastructure designed to support cross-border payments. It was in July of 2019, it was endorsed by African heads of state as a payment infrastructure that will support the AFCFTA. It's supported by the African Union, it's supported by Afreximbank, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. Next slide. Now, when we think about PAPS, PAPS is not just a technology infrastructure. It would be wrong to think of PAPS as just technology. We have a system of governance which is built around PAPS that ensures that PAPS continues to meet the requirements or meet the expectations of stakeholders across the continent. So PAPS has 4 key governance infrastructure that is built around the technology. The first one being the Governing Council. The Governing Council is a body that is made up of 15 central bank governors. It's also made up of a representative of the African Union, representative of the AFCFTA, of AFDB, and of Afreximbank. These 19 people are the highest decision-making, regulating decision-making organ in the PAPS sphere. We also have a payment systems oversight team, and I'll bring this back to why this is important to people in this room. We have a payment systems oversight committee, which is a team that has central bank directors of payments from all of our participating countries. They have the power of direct oversight over PAPS. PAPS has a board of directors, and this board is drawn from across Africa, and it's not restricted to only participating countries. And then PAPS has a management team. Next slide. PAPS has 3 key offerings today. And these 3 key offerings is available to everybody here. One of the key design principles of PAPS is that PAPS is not designed to compete with anybody. PAPS can operate its operation for free, okay, to the extent that it allows people in this room to sustain their value proposition. So PAPS has 3 key offerings. One is our instant payment system. It allows the movement of funds instantly in a maximum of 120 seconds from any wallet, any bank account across Africa, at least for now in participating countries, and I'll speak to those participating countries. And it's able to do that in no more than 120 seconds. We have actually committed 120 seconds to the industry. However, since we went live, we've been averaging about 7 seconds. Now, this instant payment system can connect from any channel, mobile to mobile. It can do over the counter. It can do any modality that is available in any of the markets. And then we have our African currency marketplace. And this, for us, is revolutionary. What it does is, in Africa, we have so much capital sterilized in different markets. We have airlines, for example, selling tickets in one market. They make money, but they are not able to repatriate it. Just that singular action means that airlines have to even begin to limit the amount of tickets that they sell in a particular market. And in some extreme cases, they have stopped and suspended operations in one market. Now, you have brewers, for example, a brewery that is selling beverages in one market. It's making money in one market. However, in another market, he has some need to be able to fund operations in that second market. Now, but because he's not able to move money out of the first market, he ends up going back to his parent company to say, bring more money to invest in that second market. So what has the Africa Currency Marketplace done? It allows the person that has Naira to come and say, I have this amount of Naira, I want Kenyan shillings. And then the person that has Kenyan shillings comes and says, I have this amount of Kenyan shillings, I want Naira. The system is able to intelligently match these two people such that the person that requires Naira gets Naira in Nigeria, and the person that requires Kenyan shillings gets Kenyan shillings in Kenya. And there is no intervention of any FX in this transaction. The last offering that we have, which is one that we're very excited about, we found that in markets where there are domestic card schemes, that the cost of payment is significantly lower than in markets where there is no domestic card scheme. But in smaller countries, making the investment to put in place a card scheme has been next to impossible for them. So what we have done is to create a card scheme that we call PAPS card, and we can allow any market at all, to actually take this card scheme for free and roll it out in their market, price it the way they want, brand it the way they want, and then we can discuss some form of fee-sharing arrangement. What this has done is that it allows people to actually, the cost and the time that it takes to create a card scheme is actually reduced to as low as 2 months. And in 2 months, you can launch and actually run a card scheme. Now, this card scheme supports all types of configurations. It can be both physical, plastic, it can be virtual, it can be QR. It supports all the requirements that you would have from a traditional card scheme. So what we've done, in a place like Nigeria, the aim is not for us to come into Nigeria and start issuing cards. We are partnering with existing issuers, and very soon we'll have announcements around the co-badging of a number of card schemes in the local market. What it also does for them is that by partnering with PAPS, all of the integrated switches that we have across Africa will be able to accept locally issued cards here in Nigeria in their own markets, and through our partnership with Discover, cards issued here in Nigeria can work in over 195 countries around the world. So this is one of the things that we have done also to help to propagate payments in Africa. Next slide. So where are we today as PAPS? We are fully available in 18 countries. Of course, Nigeria has been one of our countries. We still think that Nigeria is punching below its weight. But then we are available in 18 countries. We have 14 switches that are connected to us across Africa. Of these 14 switches, 8 of them are national switches, and then the remaining 6 are private sector switches. We have 150 of the largest commercial banks in Africa connected on the PAPS network. And then today, we have gone live with 2 fintechs who have finished their full integration, And we want to integrate with every single fintech on this continent who has need to process cross-border payments. And we're happy to even price it at, whatever. The important thing for us is the impact that we want to achieve across the continent. Next slide. So this slide really just gives, in a pictorial way, the different central banks that are participating on the PAPs, and just a few snapshots of the commercial banks across Africa that are integrated. And then below, you have the switches that are fully integrated on the PAPs network. Next slide. So for us, if we want to make payments more efficient, and then if you make payments more efficient, it will facilitate trade. And when you facilitate trade, you're able to facilitate the prosperity of the continent. There are a number of things that have to be dealt with. One of it is speed. So we've reduced payments from days to a matter of a few seconds. And like I've said, since we've gone live, we've been averaging about 7 seconds. From a cost point of view, actually, we're happy to price it at 0. But 0 has its own issues, because when you price at 0, even the people seated in this room, you destroy their own value proposition. So we price as close as possible to the lowest possible charge that we can charge, okay, for this service. And today, we have actually crashed our pricing, and we can charge as low as 90% less than the next competing product in the room. But it's for us to lower the cost of doing business on the continent. From an accessibility point of view, we have been able to show that this system can be extended into all types of endpoints. Today, people have it working, for example, on UBA's Leo. It's working on mobile banking platforms across the different markets. And we can sit down and talk to you and see how you can extend it to whatever format, whatever modality that you would like to extend it into. We continue to enjoy the support provided by Afreximbank to guarantee that our system always settles, that settlement finality always takes place. We have a $3 billion funding, which is available to continue to guarantee that settlement finality. And of course, our system has helped to standardize standards across Africa. Our system was built on the ISO 20022 messaging format. However, we have our own native standard also that helps in the processing of transactions. Next slide. So today we have three fintechs that have been the first to go live. We have Remita, we have eTransact, we have OnAfrique that are fully live on the platform, and we have about 22 integrations that are currently going. With our integration with OnAfrique, for example, mobile money platforms across, for example, between Nigeria and Ghana have been able to leverage that integration to be able to offer cross-border payments. Next slide. Now, 3 options for connecting into PAPs, especially we are talking fintech here. One is the central banks in the various markets have said that every settlement of fintech transactions has to be done by a commercial bank, and in which case commercial banks provide settlements in those 3 cases. So one way is to connect directly into PAPs. We have APIs that allow fintechs to connect straight into PAPs, and then they settle through commercial banks. The second way is, and which is very popular with commercial banks, the commercial banks expose an API through which a fintech is able to connect through them to PAPs. So that is very popular with the commercial banks. Option 1 is very popular with the fintechs. Then the last option is like in Nigeria and in Ghana, we have connected everybody through the existing national switch. So everybody is connected in Nigeria through NIPS. So to that extent, both fintechs are able to connect to NIPS and they're able to have access to the PAPS infrastructure. Next slide. So basically, we're building an ecosystem. And in this ecosystem, we have regulators, we have commercial banks, we have fintechs, we have switches, we have a number of players within that ecosystem. And we think that we are flexible enough to be able to provide each of you in this room the kind of interface that will allow you to scale your business across Africa. And there are so many opportunities, so many opportunities. So what we've done is to create an innovation layer that allows fintechs to be able to connect. So today we have people that are experimenting on bill presentment across Africa. We have solutions that are being built around marketplaces across Africa, leveraging PAPS for the payment and settlement. So we have experience doing things around remittances and so on. And I'll stop here by saying that recently we were approached by a global Asian fintech, and they said to us, wait a minute, can we create for you a super app that can sit on top of PAPS and guarantee every single African a wallet that can be interoperable through PAPS in every country in Africa? Beautiful idea, but why am I not doing it with an African player? And this for us was a deal breaker because we said if we must do it, then we must do it with an African player. So I say our doors are open and we're happy to explore any ideas that you might have. At the heart of what we do in PAPS is that issue of sovereignty. It is only on the subject of sovereignty that we are able to disagree with anybody. If anything, I don't care how beautiful your solution is, if it doesn't sustain the sovereignty of Africa over its payments, then we will respectfully just decline. So it's an open door to everyone in this room, and we're hoping that we'll hear your knock on our doors very soon to discuss what your unique needs are and to provide you that vehicle through which you are able to scale your service to the rest of Africa. Next slide. Okay, so this is my final slide. Our contacts are there. One thing that I want to say is there are many, like I said, for the people in this room who deal with rounds and X's, what I can say is that there are so many X's as you expand into Africa. It's a difficult climb, but if you're able to conquer the rest of Africa, we are going to create so many more unicorns, and I believe that many of them will come out of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting too much time, I know again that we are behind time, and I would like to apologize profusely because I know that coming up after this, we've got breakaway sessions. So please don't run away because we are behind time. We are going to get to your slot and you will get your chance to experience the rest of the centers. Just before I call the next speaker, I also want to make mention that it is a symphony, and the Nigeria Fintech Week this year is happening in 3 locations simultaneously. So we are in Lagos, we are in Enugu, and we are also in Abuja. Can we give ourselves a round of applause for that? It's not an easy thing to do. The next speaker, again, does not really need an introduction. When I started using banking, I knew that I was not a master if I did not have a card. And I think the name already just speaks for itself. Masters have cards. With a resounding applause, can I please welcome to the stage Mr. Olusola Olakambi. He is the Vice President of Accounts Management West Africa MasterCard. The theme or the tag for this note is enabling Nigeria's digital future with digital payments. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to the front?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we're not feeling too cold in this room. Somebody said it's Canada. Look, I'd like to just quickly start by acknowledging the profuse work that is being done by the Fintech Society of Nigeria, the Governing Council, the Board of Trustees. I'd like to sincerely appreciate Dr. Stanley Jacob, Dr. Jemima, and to all the speakers before me. Thank you so very much for being here today. It is indeed a privilege to be here at our FinTech Week for 2025. I would also like to quickly extend warm greetings from our cluster manager in person of Dr. Folashade Femilawa, who is unavoidably absent today. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly share how digital payments is shaping Nigeria's future and unlocking new opportunities, not just for businesses, communities, and our economy at large. Nigeria today stands at a very pivotal moment. With our large population of over 200 million, half of whom are above the age of 30. We are seeing more and more the demand for smarter, faster, and secure ways to transact. Digital adoption is also rising very rapidly, from mobile commerce to mobile penetration. There is a growing preference for cashless payments. Nigerians are truly experiencing the benefits of seamless digital transactions every day. Beyond convenience, however, digital payments is a powerful catalyst for financial inclusion. We want to bring that man on the streets into the mainstream of things. And as we bring more people into the formal economy, we're able to empower small businesses as well as strengthen transparency and trust in commerce. When we look at the global as well as the local landscape, we see payments are evolving faster, basically due to the evolution of technology, changing user behavior, as well as security. A few of the solutions from MasterCard continue to address many of this evolving landscape, from tokenization, where we secure transactions, to expanding the acceptance footprints in an economically viable way for our small businesses through QR codes, tap-on-phone solutions, which essentially turns your smartphones into a terminal, and thus lowers barriers for entrepreneurs as well as SMEs. These are not just abstract concepts, ladies and gentlemen. They are already shaping our daily lives here at home in Nigeria. We equally have different solutions for our MSMEs with collaboration with a number of our fintech partners like OmniRail, Duplo, and Alurzo. We are helping small merchants to digitize their operations, manage cash flows more effectively, and also connect easily to larger supply chains. This, if you ask me, is what innovation looks like when it creates everyday opportunity for the man on the streets or the mom and pop store down the street. Importantly, the payments ecosystem is no longer defined by the traditional players. It has now extended to include fintech companies like yourselves in this room, mobile operators, retailers, and even the regulators. All of us working together to deliver secure, interoperable solutions that meet the needs of today's digital consumers. For us at MasterCard, the mission is simple: connect and power an inclusive economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. In Nigeria specifically, we are working hand in hand with ecosystem partners to support the central bank's cashless vision, to expand low-cost digital acceptance for small businesses, provide secure, innovative products, which protects our consumers. And we can all attest to the fact that as consumers, we want our ad-end funds protected. Even more importantly, champion solutions which enable our youths, our women entrepreneurs, as well as the underserved communities in our localities. There are a number of solutions that go beyond just payments. Community Pass is one of them. And this equips our farmers today, as well as micro entrepreneurs, with digital identities, which give them access to markets and financial tools that was previously out of their reach. At MasterCard, we go beyond just being a card scheme. We believe in the power of collaboration, and through our collaboration with the African Development Bank Group, via its mobilizing access to digital economy, MADE Alliance, we aim to extend digital access to critical services for at least 100 million individuals and businesses over the next decade. As part of this initiative, we have committed to register at least 15 million users in Africa over the course of the next 5 years. Collaboration sometimes is a cliche, and that should not be the case. And so we have programs like Start Parts that identifies and works with young budding fintechs like those of us in this room and beyond, where we are co-creating with fintechs across Africa. Examples are NetPlus, Elo Tractor, where we build solutions that scale across the entire African continent. But what is commerce without a bit of cross-border? And Dr. Mike, gave us a very interesting conversation around that. At MasterCard, we continue to work with our partners, both financial institutions and non-financial institutions, to simplify global transactions for individuals and businesses alike. It is important that I be able to work into my financial institution and initiate a transaction seamlessly to my supplier sitting in China or in any other part of the world, and seamlessly ensure that not only do they receive the money, but that I as well can receive my supplies. What does this all mean for us in concrete terms? To date, MasterCard has connected over 870 million people across the world to the digital economy. And we're gradually moving steadily to our goal of 1 billion by the end of this current year, 2025. We've equally connected 48 million businesses, which takes us nearer our goal of 50 million by the end of this same year. Even notable is the fact that we have supported women entrepreneurs, 37 million of them, to grow and scale their businesses well beyond the target of 25 million that we set for ourselves. Let's come home for a second. Nigeria, no doubt, remains a priority market for us, and we're committed to co-creating not just innovative products, but products that are locally relevant to every individual and business so that they can thrive in a digital-first economy. Our focus is clear, and we remain unwavering in building a payment system that is both inclusive, secure, and future-ready. The future of payments is not going to be about any one person, party, or product. It is going to be an interconnected ecosystem. And we're all members of that orchestra, and we need to ensure we sing in symphony. In closing, as we look to the future, let's remember that digital payments is not just about payments or transactions. It is about enabling people, it is about powering businesses, and it is about accelerating national progress. Nigeria's digital future is not waiting. It is here already. Let's lead it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Olushola Olakambi. So ladies and gentlemen, very soon, in just about a few minutes, we would have our breakout sessions. It will be time for you to choose your rhythm. Okay. So we need Mr. Olushola back up stage, please, for photograph. Dr. Shegun Aino, please come up stage. Dr. Stanley, please come up stage. We also need Mr. Usoro up stage. And Mr. Mike Ogbalu. Thank you. So quick. Okay, we need Mr. Callistus up stage as well. Just a very quick photograph. It's not going to take 1 minute. This should take just 30 seconds, please. All right. Photographers, are you ready? All right, the pictures are done. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right, like I said earlier, we'll be having the breakout sessions very soon. You choose your rhythm, decide which of the sessions you'd like to attend, and gain, because you're here to learn, unlearn, and relearn as well, so that we can shape Nigeria's digital future together. But to give us an insight as to what we'll be having in each stock room, please join me welcome upstage the Executive Director, Strategy and Stakeholder Management, Momo PSB, Mr. Usoro. A round of applause, please.
I think it's afternoon already. So it's proper to say good afternoon, everyone. The former speakers, or the previous speakers, have done a very good job in establishing the protocols. So I would indulge that I stand on that existing protocol. It's a very exciting topic that I've been given to speak to within the context of what Momo is also doing to advance those areas. And that's 5G, AI, and embedded finance. But I'll just take a step back. I think a couple of years ago, I took personal interest in a couple of areas, and these were touted to be 5 areas that would shape the world in the coming years. And those are areas that I still have interest in. 3 of them the organizers of this event have aptly brought out for us to talk about. Those areas were biotechnology, microprocessors, 5G, AI, and of course finance. And those are very 5 exciting areas that very innovative things are happening. In biotechnology, I think the challenge has always been around how we humans, which over the years we've been building more intelligence into machines, and more people are asking, how do we make mine even smarter and better? And how do we also improve quality of life for people? And there's a lot of happening in that space with gene editing technologies and all of that. And same thing with microprocessor, all the things that we're building, how do we power them more efficiently with less power? But today we're not talking about those other 2, 3 of them that we're talking about. And the 3 areas also I'm also very interested in, particularly how Momo is also working with stakeholders and partners in this space to create a digital future for Nigeria, leveraging 5G and AI. So, but let's even start by understanding what all these things are. I think if a number of us, especially, except maybe the Gen Zs in this room, may have started with our first phones. Most of them must have been 2Gs on edge networks. And we evolved to 3Gs and then 4Gs. And today, I'm sure if you pick up your phone today, you're likely going to be on the 5G network, and hopefully it's going to be MTN. And what does 5G do for us today? It allows us to achieve very incredible speeds that are capable of going to as much as 100 times what we're used to if you were on a 4G network. And that means that we have the potential and the ability to not just connect billions of Internet of Things and devices across the world, but also connect people. And if you look at that, that gives us a huge foundation to not only connect all of these devices, but to harness countless data across all of the devices. And when you have lots of data, the next challenge would be, how do you make all the noise from all of that data smart and intelligent? And that's where we leverage the power of AI to bring out actionable intelligence from all of the data and all of the noise that we create. And again, if you were a programmer back then, Ben, I don't know how the young ones would program today. The biggest challenge was how you create multiple scenarios. And one of the most popular syntax you'd have in programming was still is your what-if statement, and how many of those scenarios that you would create. Now with AI, it makes it a lot easier because we no longer build what-if statements. Your focus really would be around how do you build the learning algorithm, and with that you feed it as much data, and it learns and adapts as it goes along. And that gives us a lot of potential, particularly not just in finance, but across multiple use cases. And so it takes us into the third item here, which is embedded finance. How do we leverage 5G? How do we leverage AI to offer financial services? One of the huge opportunities that brings for us is that you have countless of use cases and countless individuals and customers. And it gives us the ability to be able to personalize services within the context of what individuals want. And that's what we're doing at Momo. In Momo today, we're helping build the future of Nigerian digital economy, leveraging 5G and an understanding of how to build networks and cover the last mile. We play across a multiple of verticals. As much as we want to, and we're excited about creating the digital future, we understand that we cannot do that without an inclusive economy. And that's why we're focused also on financial inclusion. Firstly, trying to deliver services in the last mile and ensuring that the last Nigerian who is completely excluded and does not have access to financial services is included. And so using very basic services and our knowledge of networks and covering the last mile with the robust agent network that exists today in Nigeria, we are in places that today, most of those names we do not know. A number of our colleagues today traverse the inner villages and cities in Kano, in Katsina, in Jigawa, getting to the last frontier of where customers are to ensure that we drive inclusion in those areas. And that at times is not the fancy things, but it's important, even as we go ahead to build the digital future in Nigeria. But the second area, and these are areas I'm sure we're all very excited about, is how we build a digital experience for our customers. Today, there's still a lot of friction when it comes to digital payment in Nigeria, particularly online, and I would also argue it also includes offline. Most customers need to traverse different websites and maybe bring out their cards to carry out payments across those websites. At Momo, we're offering platforms. We offer a platform to our customers and also to merchants that allows them to embed their services, embed their apps within our own app so that customers can actually log in seamlessly into those websites, removing the need for you to remember multiple passwords across different websites. With a single password, you can log into as many apps that are embedded within our own app. And we've also simplified the checkout experience. That checking out from all of those apps is as easy as just entering your bank PIN, and you're able to consummate purchases. And that takes out a lot of friction. We're also partnering with as many people that offer social e-commerce services. You would agree with me that today, if you go on most of the websites, whether it's Instagram or most of the social media platforms, a lot of Nigerians, very entrepreneurial, have leveraged these websites or these platforms to offer e-commerce services. But what is lacking is trust on a lot of those services. If you find one genuine vendor, there's a likelihood that you probably would have engaged 4 or 5 of them that may be selling or engaging in dubious activities. And so part of what we're trying to build is to bring in trust within the social commerce ecosystem, and by creating an escrow account that ensures that people that shop on our platform are protected and that we can build trust, that we don't have instances or cases of what you ordered versus what you got. And so that's part of what we're doing in building an online experience that is devoid of friction, but that also creates trust. The second bit is in offline experiences. There's still a lot of opportunity to bring in efficiency in how we pay in offline stores. And there are a couple of innovations and a couple of services that we're putting together that would ensure that customers can pay a lot more seamlessly. But one area I'm also very excited about, which is one that Mr. Michael Balo spoke about, is how leveraging all our footprint, by virtue of the fact that we are a subsidiary of MTN, and MTN being a Pan-African company, we run mobile money operations and fintech operations in a lot of countries across Africa. And so working with partners like PAPS and a lot of other institutions like One Africa and Bridge, we are bringing to life the vision of institutions like PAPS by connecting the different countries where we have footprints across Africa. So today on Momo platform, you can send and receive money, not just to countries like Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda, and do that in your local currency, but also receive from all of those countries. And that's the first of the things that we're trying to do. In a couple of months, you would be able to travel into those countries and interact with our agent locations in those countries. So if you're in Ghana and you want cash, you can walk up to a Momo agent in Ghana and you would be able to receive CDs or even pay deposit CDs in those countries and credit your Naira account. And those are some of those things that we're working with or working on, using our footprint across Africa, working with partners that have built these rails to ensure that happens. Beyond interacting with agents, there's also the possibility of working up to local merchants in those countries and being able to pay them from your Momo account and doing that in Naira, and they receive that in their local currencies. So beyond P2P, beyond sending and receiving money, there's lots of opportunities and lots of use cases that we, in Momo, we are driving, working with partners and using our African footprint, using the connectivity of 5G across the countries, and creating personalized experiences using the power of AI. I think lastly is that we can't do all of this without collaboration. While we harness all of these technologies of AI and 5G, collaboration is one of the things that is very important for us in building the ecosystem that we're trying to build for Nigeria. And so we'll call on not just our customers, but as many institutions here. You have an application, you have your services. Momo offers you a one-stop shop where you can embed those services within Momo and reach as many customers as you can seamlessly. So on that note, I would like to leave it here and wish all of us a very engaging and rewarding time here at FinTech Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Osoro. Okay, at this time, we'd like you to kindly scan the QR code, the barcode on your TV screens for the brochure. You would have the floor plan. Everything about the Nigeria Fintech Week 2025 is in the brochure. All the speakers, details of the stacks, everything is in the brochure. So please scan the barcode on your TV screen for the brochure. And now we'll be having our breakout sessions. Are we ready? We don't sound like we're ready. Are we ready? Over here. Are you cold? Are you ready? If you're ready, say FinTech. Oh, no, that sounds so dull. They don't sound like they're ready, are they?
At all. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're trying to turn their bodies towards scanning.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit difficult.
But they're not scanning on this side. They're not scanning on this side. Like, they have the brochure already. So maybe you take this side and I take this side. Okay, let's go. Let's see who has the loudest noise.
You go first.
No, you go first.
You go first.
Okay. If you're ready, say FinTech. Are you pushing off on my hand? This is a competition right here. There's prize to be won. If you're ready, say FinTech.
Okay, it's my side. I'm going to
Okay, this is your side.
This is my side.
They must not win also.
Don't betray me.
Go first. I should go again?
Yes.
We have another chance. Don't let these people on this side win us. If you're ready, say FinTech. Yes.
Okay, on my end. If you're ready, say FinTech.
How?
That's why I allowed you to go first.
But I think we are ready. We are ready. So right now, we'd like to talk about the sessions, the stack areas, right? So the first one will be happening here in the Maestro Hall. This is the Maestro Hall. This is the main hall. And the stack happening here is for telecoms, technology, and fintech. 5G, AI, and embedded finance. Telco, fintech, convergence in Nigeria's digital future. So if you're interested in this stack, you have to remain in this hall.
And then if you've already scanned the QR code, you would see that there is another hall under Stack 2. And this hall is titled the Rhythm Hall. So if you're a mover and a shaker, that hall is for you. And in that hall, what will be taking place is compliance by design, embedding regulatory intelligence into fintech operations. I'll repeat that in case you missed it. Stack 2, which is hall number 2. And this is titled the Rhythm Hall. Taking place in that hall is compliance by design, embedding regulatory intelligence into fintech operations.
Yes, and then the Stack 3 will be happening at the Echo Hall. Just check through your brochure, you would see where the Echo Hall is located. The Echo Hall is located at the main entrance, just at the main entrance. That's where the Echo Hall is. And what's happening there is from product market fit to profit. How startups can build real value that lasts. So if you're interested in that, please make your way down to the main entrance. The main entrance. Please, there's also something amazing happening on the red carpet. You know, before you get into your halls, there's a fintech wall for signing, and I think that everybody's signature should be on that wall. It's on the red carpet. So please visit the red carpet. Visit the red carpet area and make sure your signature was there. You know, we did a song earlier.
Yes.
I was here. How do we know you were here if you don't sign? So go and sign on that wall so we know that you were really, really here.
And to just add on to that very quickly, we would also like to announce that the Vice President would be doing a tour. So if you know that you are a dignitary and you would like to see the space, he welcomes you to a tour. And then, of course, the tour would lead to the signing wall.
At the red carpet. So please note that this tax will only happen for 40 minutes. So if you need to be at the Echo Hall or the Rhythm Hall, please make your way down there. What is happening here is the 5G, AI, and embedded finance, telco, fintech convergence in Nigeria's digital future. That's what will be happening here in the Maestro Hall. So if you are interested in anything else, or another one happening in Echo Hall and Rhythm Hall, please make your way outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, like Victory said, these sessions are for 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, each of the stations will close and we will reconvene in the main hall, which is the Maestro Hall.
Please, you were given cards when you came into the halls. Please do not lose those cards. Yes, I can see them with you. The bingo cards. Don't lose them, because when you come back into the hall, we'll make good use of them. So please do not lose your cards while you're in your stocks. Please do not lose your cards. All right. I want to believe that everyone here in the Maestro Hall is here for 5G AI, right? Fantastic. Okay. Can we have the moderator for the main stock in the Maestro Hall? Maestro Hall, rather.
Yep. So sorry.
That moderator are fantastic. So we're going to hand over to you. Do you want to call? No, this is the moderator. No, he will do. Okay.
Sorry, I would love you to talk about this now. So for picture, but I want you to experience stuff.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon once again. So we are starting a panel any moment from now. If you are for this session, please sit down so that we can start. We have just 40 minutes. Please, let's sit down. I believe you're all having a fantastic time. So our topic is 5G, AI, and embedded finance, telco fintech convergence in Nigeria's digital future. So I'll call the speakers, our confirmed speakers, who will be helping us to do justice to these topics. Mr. Adewale Olaiside is the MD Express Payment. Please come forward. Thank you so much for coming. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Yes. And please, if we can move forward a bit, it will be nice, please. A lot of us are scattered. Let's try to move forward. So that's Mr. Adewale Olaiside. He's the MD Express Payment. A second speaker is Dr. Krish. We call him Dr. Krish. Dr. Krishna Ranganat. He's the Regional Executive, Africa Data Centers. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Yes, thank you. Next is Chidima Lawansin, founder, MD, Springtide and Rini Limited. Let's give her a round of applause, please, as she steps forward. Thank you, madam. Yeah. Next is Bola Atoyebi, he's head, Financial Services Industry Sales, FSI, Equinix Main One. Let's give Bola a round of applause, please. Thank you for coming. Yeah. And next is George Onyewuchi. He's the Chief Payment Officer, Soft Pay by Soft Alliance. Mr. George, let's give him a round of applause as he steps forward. Mr. George? Okay, you will meet with us later. I also have Phrase Lubega, CEO, Momo PSB. Mr. Phrase? Phrase Lubega, CEO, Momo PSB. Okay, we'll be waiting for Mr. George and Mr. Phrase. So anytime they're here, they will join us. Thank you once again, our audience, for this session. We're talking about 5G, AI, and embedded finance, telco, fintech convergence in Nigeria's digital future. Sodas gave a brief into it, and is maybe to give us a soft landing into the discussion. But our confirmed speakers here, we will delve deeper into the subject of 5G, subject of AI, and how it connects into embedded finance. So I'll just start with Mr. Adewale Olayisade as we start our conversation. The mic is with you. So, yes, I like the way you sort of said something about 5G. Before 5G, there was 1G, there was 2G, there was 3G, there was 4G. Yes, a lot of us might not know. He was saying about the Gen Zs. Some of us started with 1G, 2G, but now we're on 5G. So what's the benefit? What more? What can it, do more for embedded finance? That's why we are here, and also for AI. So, Mr. Adewale, just in a nutshell, let's start the questions with you. How can 5G really change everyday financial services in Nigeria beyond just fast internet? We know that's low latency, good things, but how can 5G really change everyday financial services in Nigeria beyond just fast internet? Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you, the moderator, and good afternoon, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. If we want to talk about this future, it would be nice for us to take a few steps back and look at where we're coming from. And I will speak to this history in two tracks. Okay, we have one history on the technology side, and then a second one on your banking, or what you call financial services side. So, a few years ago, what we had was information technology, IT. And then along the line, communications came, and then we started having a convergence of information and what we call information and communication technology. And like you rightly said, we had our 2G, then 3G. 3G was like the ultimate at a point. I remember having to do some work in some West African countries, and we were still on 2G. And but before then, we also had our dial-up technology. And I will probably make a reference to dial-up later. And then now we're in 5G. Something tells that we still have 7, 8, 9, 10G to come. But that's one leg of the history. And what's the second leg of the history? We now have banking or financial services. And what is the crux of financial service? And I'm going to tie it together. First is store of value. Then the next is exchanging that value. And then there's a pillar called trust. So that was what we always had. Standing on one corner, and then ICT on another corner. Then we had to bring in convenience, which is what from our 3G to 4G has given us. What is 5G going to add to this layer? It's now going to add intelligence. And that's why AI also comes into play. So what are the use cases, so to say, that we're expecting to see with this convergence and this historical journey that I've spoken of? If we go back to the days of dial-up, it definitely was not anywhere convenient. I mean, it takes you, for those that still remember, it takes you about 5 minutes thereabout to establish a connection. and then you go into prayer and fasting that connection doesn't break before you finish browsing and loading your page on Netscape. And then you probably will end up sending 1 or 2 emails after 15, 20 minutes of battle. So how were you going to do a financial transaction? It was not even thinkable. But today, within 10 to 20 seconds, you have probably completed the transaction. So what would the fastness of 5G going to bring to us? A lot of things. We're looking at things like, we probably start looking at branches for banking that are virtual, where you will be interacting most likely with either chatbots, virtual assistants, because we have a network that will now not only carry data, but will take voice and visuals. We have a lot of other use cases as well. We're talking of things like touchless payments and integration with your Internet of Things. Let's step back a bit. Today, what do? I have my cable subscription on one side. I have my utility power on another side. But in the days of IoT, where you have a smart home and your power is getting to a threshold usage of less than 20%, you can actually have an auto top-up by your 5G-driven smart home. Your DSTV subscription expires, or cable subscription expires in 2 days. It does an auto subscription or a reminder for you, and so on. So we're going to start seeing not just the convenience that we have today, but also intelligence. I would stop here because I could go on into things like fraud detection, not just detection, but protection. Recall that the algorithms take time, but with 5G, instantaneously, near real time, you can have these things. Spoken about remittances today. We are talking about coming from 2, 3, 4 days for cross-border payments, but with blockchain, which requires a lot of processing power, you can actually now start, and Mike spoke about it, instant value for transactions that are done cross-border. We could also look at other use cases. This one gladdens my heart, where you can layer services, right? And personalize it. So I have to quickly move something from Lagos to Kaduna. I get instant credit for that period. I want to park my car there. I see cars parked at owner's risk. I can do a 1-hour insurance for the car that I'm parking there. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Instantaneous processing of information and data. These are some of the things that 5G can do. We are still going to come back because we're going to connect that with AI, and you'll speak more on that. Thanks. Dr. Chris, for you, what role do you see digital IDs playing in building trust and enabling real-time payment across the country? Yeah.
Digital IDs has become more or less part and parcel of our life, correct? Exactly. So that is what it is going to take, or it is taking us to the next leap. Because as rightly mentioned by Wale in some of the wordings, if you need to have instantaneous results of your transaction, internally on the back end, all those need to be verified also. Because if I am pushing my money to his account, it needs to be completely verified. So, who am I? What is my ID? Do I have a valid bank account? If so, what is my BVN? Or what is my NIN? The same for the receiver also, correct? So, when it comes into that kind of levels, now we are talking about inter-country, tomorrow even now itself we are talking about a Pan-African settlement, correct? A transfer, instantaneous transfers across Africa. So these are critical, rather mission critical. And again, let's look at Nigeria, what we have on the digital ID sectors. Multiple ways we are capturing it, but at the same time, we need to find a unified digital ID system also, so that it makes life much easier You don't run behind your BVNs, or you don't run behind your passports, or let's have at least one, combine everything together, so that which makes all those transactions much easier.
Fantastic, thank you. I quickly want to say that they're going to take questions after the session. So if you have questions, you can start writing them down. Maybe 3 or 4 questions will call you out, and our speakers will be able to answer those questions for you. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Madam Chidima, you're going to talk about AI-driven credit scoring. So AI-driven credit scoring can help the unbanked. I mean, people that don't have bank accounts in those rural areas. But how do we avoid excluding people with little or no digital footprint?
Thank you so much, Babatunde. Thanks for having me here. My background, it's in commercial banking for more than almost 2 decades before I went into international development. So I'm very passionate about access to finance, especially to medium and small scale segments. So like my fellow panelists would say, we remember previously in the banking sector, before you would have access to a loan, they'll do a lot of due diligence on you, which is in terms of rules-based credit scoring. And then people would say, you're asking for my grandmother and my great-grandmother and everything that I own, my intestines and all that. And we'll probably deal with a mobile Nigeria, same way we would deal with Mr. AA and Associates, not knowing that they are in different segments. Why would we apply the same rules? But the CBN, as we moved forward, has done a lot, even in those rules-based credit scoring, linking up people's NINs and BVNs. And the Bankers Committee did a lot. We're starting with BVN. And then we could link it up, NIBS and the government could link it up with the NIN. So it's linked up to the ID we're talking about. Who are you lending to? Because previously you could be Mr. A and Mr. B and take loans from different people. But now in that rules-based credit scoring, Mr. A is Mr. A because he has his BVN and he has his NIN. But now, that rules-based credit scoring, it could be a bit strict, it could be a bit slow. And then the need for speed and efficiency would be removed. But with AI, is looking at different options, the lifestyles of people. How do you buy your call cards? How do you make your DSTV payments? That's a score that can add value to whether we want to give you a loan or not. It can be that when you run out of airtime, you borrow from MTN or another telco, and you have the capacity to pay back. That becomes a credit history. It might be very micro, but it helps the lenders to say that since you could pay back, you didn't abandon that number, it means your capacity and willingness to pay is good. They could look at your digital footprints online, e-commerce. You're always buying things. You can buy things online. That means you have the capacity to pay. You don't abandon the products that you pay. So those all form footprints that can add to your credit score, apart from the credit registries that we have for really established companies. So AI would look at all those tiny footprints you have to determine whether you're a good customer to lend to or not. So platforms like Decision Tree or Random Forest will look at all those processes. But then, as you said, the problem comes from those who are underserved. They may not have access to having digital footprints. They may not be on social media. I'm not knocking any state of the country, but someone in a rural area may not have a smartphone. But what has happened is, why do we ensure that they are not excluded? The agency banking system that has really helped in moving financial services to the last mile. So even if someone in the rural area where there are agents directly does not have any digital devices, but someone can send money to them through an agent. So we'll look at how do we look at third-party digital footprints. So I might be someone in a remote village in Akwa Ibom State, but I have an agent where I always go to collect money. So we should look at how AI would plug into that agent's database to say I have a third-party history and I can be lent to. That's the way we should be going into to ensure there is no financial exclusion of those that do not have any form of digital footprints at all. So
thank you, Madam Chidima. The next question is actually you're going to delve deeper.
Okay.
Because now you're going to look at women, entrepreneurs, and small traders and artisans in those unbanked and rural areas. So just get ready for that. How can they benefit? How can they plug in? I mean, that's the next question, of course. Yes. So, Bola will come to you now. What role does connectivity and cloud infrastructure play in ensuring seamless digital payments across Nigeria?
Thanks, Tunde, and great moderation so far. The question really says or speaks to how connectivity and cloud infrastructure, what roles do they play in the financial ecosystem and in the fintech space? A lot of the panelists that have come before now, and my very good friend Wale spoke about the history of connectivity, right? And how the evolution of connectivity became very pronounced and very important in financial processing. When we look at where we were before and we are not where we are right now, was built on a lot of infrastructural investments. These infrastructural investments were bold ideas taken by bold people to move our connectivity space from what it was to where it is right now. And when you look at, be it the submarine cables that have landed in Nigeria, now from having just wax or Nitel, we now have 5 different cables, 6 maybe, landing into the country, providing us that level of connectivity or internet access that we never initially had. Now, moving that into the last mile, and that speaks to the 4G, 5G conversation, that's something that is becoming prevalent as companies are now seeing internet as part of the critical infrastructure to serve the nation. When you now move that, when you look at all that connectivity, these financial infrastructures or these financial institutions also have infrastructure that they need to run off. And from having the initial phase or in the initial period where you go into a bank, you want to take out a loan or you want to take out your money, you fill a form, it takes 2 hours for them to do a ledger check or a paper check of just to process your money, down to now where banks started investing in their own infrastructure just to improve payments and improve services. But they've gone one step further. That's where the cloud services or cloud native environments come into play. And that's where fintechs play a large role. The way fintechs play a large role in the cloud services or cloud infrastructure is their scalability. It's the ability for a fintech to start an organization with minimal capital. It's the ability for them to be able to scale based on how the market trends exist. It's the ability for these fintechs to start with 1,000 users but know that they can ramp up. And they can ramp up based on their increasing investments. I always say, and as with everybody would know, fintechs during the Black Friday month, November, it's coming soon. The ability for you to leverage cloud architecture and cloud native applications, you can scale your processing and scale your payments very rapidly, leveraging on cloud. Now, these cloud infrastructures, as with many fintechs, some of them reside outside Nigeria, some of them reside locally. For us, what I see as the long-term view is the ability to embed the 4G, 5G, maybe 6G with all the submarine cables, the overarching network availability with a localized cloud infrastructure service. That way, when you bring those 3 together, what you are doing to achieve is the AI is more local, it has more local nuances. because the infrastructure, the application is local. Your transaction speed, the latency of your transaction speed, because your infrastructure is also local, your connectivity is local. You're not going to London, Germany, Frankfurt, US to ping a server to verify an identity or to leverage an AI that has a learning model from abroad. You're leveraging on AI-built infrastructure that is hosted locally. So that connectivity links those infrastructure that is in a local cloud platform. And when those local platforms are in environments that are purpose-built, data centers that are purpose-built locally to the global standards that are out there, that way, the true value of financial inclusion, financial solutions that are local to our local nuances, our local behaviors, that way we will realize the true benefit, because we are taking our connectivity that is local, our cloud infrastructure that is local, our AI-trained models that are leveraging on local data, like she likely pointed out, and leveraging on our 5G, maybe 6G, whatever it is out there, that are there. It now becomes our own. And that way, the true value of trust in financial transactions, in credit checks, and in whatever business you do is truly realized. So that's just giving an overview of tying everything together for those that are bold enough to make that investment, that commitment, and just run with it, and let's realize that value.
Thank you for that, Bola. Thank you. Connectivity and cloud infrastructure is very key in this environment. Everything sits on connectivity, everything sits on the cloud infrastructure. We're going to come back again to you shortly. Mr. Wale, come back to your second question. And if you need to plug in anything that any of the speakers have spoken about, you can use the opportunity also to actually speak about it. So I want to ask a question. With AI powering more personalized financial solutions, so how do we balance convenience with data privacy and security for Nigerians?
All right, thank you, Tunde. Everybody has said things around trust. So the financial service sector is first built on trust. One of the pillars of trust is privacy. I can only say I trust you to the extent that I know that there's confidentiality. Now, because I have multiplicity of information about you, and I can use it to do so many things, there is a burden of responsibility on me to ensure that I don't trade off that privacy. So you can't trade it off. So how do we ensure that even though we have access to a lot of data and we're able to do a lot more with it, we must ensure that we don't endanger trust. So how do we do this? The first thing is to ensure that we seek consent of the person in a very transparent manner. Also, we let them know, which is very critical, what we intend to use the data for and how we want to use it. We also go steps ahead to ensure that the process of collecting their data is secure. And that will bring us into the realm of cybersecurity. So in data collection, the design itself must take into cognizance security. Then because I now have your data, there's another burden of responsibility on me to ensure that both data at rest and when that data is in motion is also secure. Again, the possibilities are limitless of what I can do with that data. But I must always ensure that that trust and that confidence in the fact that that data is secure is upheld. Then I must also, and this is for the ecosystem, I want to use a local parlance called one chance. The fact that I now have your data does not mean that you have entered one chance. This is Nigeria, so let me use Nigeria parlance. So the ease of opting in and opting out of usage for your data is also very important. And lastly, and I think that is being well done, there must be a maker-checker mechanism. And I'm happy that we have the Nigerian Data Protection Agency giving us the data protection laws and rights. Have been doing very well to ensure that players keep to the rules. They do periodic audits. You have to do an annual certification. And very important part of it is giving data subjects opportunity to speak or make complaints where they feel that their data rights are being infringed. Sadly, and I use sadly, we have had institutions that have had to be penalized. And this, again, brings back trust into the system. And so I will close again with my opening remark. Data privacy is a pillar of trust.
Yes,
Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's very, very important. Privacy is key. You know, nowadays, because something is free, so you think it's free, but at the end of the day, they are getting so much back from you. So even as we move into digital IDs and things like this, trust is very, very important, so that at the end of the day, we don't take too much from people more than what you're actually giving out. Okay, that's some successes in some African countries, especially Kenya, around mobile money. We've all read it in the news. So, Dr. Chris, what models from mobile money success in other African countries, e.g. Kenya, can Nigeria adopt to speed up last mile impact?
Yeah. First of all, the M-Pesa model, the Kenya model, of course, one of the grounded models, but we can't copy paste it. We need to understand the basics of that and try to adopt it into our own respective markets. That's the exact mistake a lot of people has committed and still commit across as the technology grows. These are the initial phases, because we feel Kenya is 100% successful. More than 99 or 100% payments goes through M-Pesa. Let's go to Ghana and do the same thing. Nigeria do the same thing. Two people come together, third day application ready, fourth day launched. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we need to understand the fundamentals. Okay, how this is working. What is the concept? Correct. Let's work it with a Nigerian flavor or Ghanaian flavor, wherever you want to launch it, because a lot of things, again, depend on a lot of human factors. Technology is there, correct? At the end of the day, still used by humans. So mindsets, there's so many other related nitty-gritties are there. So it is not just following the model. It is understanding the model, implementing it the way you want to implement it. The same thing we are actually seeing or going to see on AI. LLMs, we copy-paste it, you're not going to get it there. Day one, flat, you're going to fall down. So basic thing what we need to do is understand the technology, then work on it based on your local needs. Then it will be successful.
Thank you. Peculiarity is very key there. Identity, what works in Kenya might not work here. So we need to do more study to ensure that we get it right. Okay, Madam Chidim, I know I was talking about women entrepreneurs the other time, small traders and artisans. And you were talking about how they can, benefit also from digital footprint. So how can women entrepreneurs, small traders, and artisans specifically benefit from new telco fintech products?
Thank you so much.
They are actually extreme last mile. We're giving some examples. So how they don't use smartphones, they don't have phones, they don't have all these things. Yeah.
In fact, to take it further than that, especially some of the barriers that affect women-led businesses, or even if they are running their businesses as individuals without registering a company, but they are still running businesses, you'll find out that the person within a family that owns even a feature phone is the male, and he may be out on another business, on his farm, or wherever he is. That means that the female entrepreneur has no access at all to any digital footprint. Or the artisan who may have a feature phone but does not know what to do with it. So how do they take advantage of where we are talking about the AI credit scoring, even if it's savings, payments, everything that has to do with financial inclusion, micro pensions, micro insurance, how do they benefit from it? But the good thing is now we're seeing the use cases that it is the AI-driven organizations or the fintech organizations that are seeing that more of the populations that they need to come on their platform are in those rural areas. Because picking up from what Dr. Chris said about M-Pesa, and there was always that argument why the mobile money just blows up in Nigeria. Maybe our needs were different. Maybe in Kenya, they needed to send money to a local area. In Nigeria, you just want payments to happen. So there was a time where just transferring airtime to someone in another state, the person will sell it at a discount, and that's movement of monies. So the needs are different. So here the fintechs are trying to find solutions to make people more included. So financial inclusion is more of making it affordable and available. So we would really thank regulatory agencies and agencies like SANEF to say, how do we drive the last mile through agency banking, like I said before. Or the PSB banks or the fintech saying, my platforms are easier to use. I can pull you in even through your feature phone. If you get alerts on your phone on any financial transaction, I can deploy access with your consent to those alerts, even if you're not using a smartphone, to say, if you regularly get such alerts, it means I can provide you with financial services. And those financial services are not necessarily only loans. How do I enable you to save? Instead of putting in cash under your pillow. As a small business, financial literacy from also the fintech companies will be key. To say these are people who are not included, they have trust issues because they are not seeing brick and mortar buildings. They're saying, oh, I can walk into, for example, a Union Bank and know they've been there for decades. I do not see a fintech, I have nowhere to go to. So how do they build that trust to say, if we provide you with services, you don't have to see us physically, but we can use those you can see to build in the trust. So that is how they can deploy on that and have areas where you can save, you can have access to financing, you can understand how to even how to use those loans, because as we tell people, it's not about having access to the loans. Do you know how to utilize the loans, because you have to pay them back? So what kind of alternative credit footprints can fintech organizations use to cover those excluded people, to bring them into financial inclusion, so that they're encouraged not to just process their businesses with cash alone, because that means that they are lost. So that encouragement has to come with some training, some showing, some performances to say, this can really work, this is the use case for you, and for building that trust. Because even if they have smaller funds as the excluded people, the funds matter to them, and they want to know who they give it to. So building trust through the products will be key. And for training them in financial literacy campaigns to ensure they understand what they are getting into.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for that. We're going to get into the question and answer shortly. I believe some of us have questions, or we have written them down. So we'll come out shortly to answer those questions. So, Bola, back to you. How do we make sure Nigeria's digital financial future is built on systems that can scale globally, not just locally? Yeah.
That's also a very great question. I think we've touched on it in bits, but I will see how best I can tie everything together. One of the things that I know that is important, like while a pointed out is trust. And who best drives trust than the regulators? You know, we need to have regulation framework that is standardized to global standards. Once our regulation, and just tying it to what the doc said as well, the Kenyan flavor might be different from the Ghana flavor, might be different from the Nigerian flavor. But the underlying framework, the underlying standards, if we can get it right, is something that we can export. And we can have a unified view of what it should be. That is one. The second thing I would like to touch on, and I would like to look at, is Nigeria. We are in excess of 240 million people, right? We are pretty big. We're a lot, and we have not covered everywhere. So there is a lot of learning through mobile payments, through some of the mobile payments, through infrastructure deployments, through even the regions or areas that are unbanked. There's a lot of learnings to take from the Nigerian model to say, how do we cover 99.9% of Nigeria? If we can achieve through collaboration, through unique ideas, through different things that we are able to cover Nigeria, then we can take those blueprints to say, are there other countries that have similar population spread or similar geographical size that we can take the Nigerian model with a bit of nuances of that place and spread it across? In terms of the infrastructure, which is another thing we need to look at, infrastructure deployment is also very important. We talk about agency banking, we talk about last mile banking, we talk about the non-banked in rural areas. One of the things I want to be an advocate for is I do not want a situation, or my own opinion in the way I see the evolution of financial services now, as we constantly deploy the agency bankings to those last miles, those on banks, the infrastructure required to develop those locations increasingly may become neglected. Because once we see that we can serve them with one agency banking or one infrastructure, some may not want to bring the full armory of developing that area because we can serve them with the minimal basic level of infrastructure that can cater to their needs. And that way, there's a huge market there. Because as was rightly pointed out earlier, cash is what we are moving away from. The opposite of cash is digital payments. The ability to have digital payments in rural areas. There are digital tools that need to be there beyond that mobile payment or mobile person that is there. And that would enable them to have things like power infrastructure, network infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure, decentralized data services to say, if I'm a fintech or whatever, I have my infrastructure in Lagos, can I have another infrastructure in Abuja that will cater for the northern aspect of the country? Can I have another infrastructure in maybe Port Harcourt that can cater for that axis? Such that as much as we concentrate on Lagos or we concentrate on this area, we are also able to serve other areas with other infrastructure. Now take that model and move it to other countries and see how we can cater for geographically diverse people. Because even in the flavor of Nigeria, there is a sub-flavor within Nigeria. You know, there is the northern flavor of how they perceive finance. There is the eastern way of how we perceive finance, and there may be even the western way of how we perceive finance. But there's also different countries that have that. So I think there's a lot to be studied in the Nigerian model.
Yeah.
There's a lot of infrastructure potential that exists and investments that exist in the Nigerian model. And there are things that we can also scale, both West Africa and globally. And I'm happy PAPS is taking a lead on payments across the region. I know ECOWAS as well is trying to fine-tune their own model. But those are things that we need to look at. And with the several partners in the ecosystem, be it the fintech, the data infrastructure owners, the connectivity owners, the regulators, and just the other people, other stakeholders, the users themselves, we need to just come together and understand how we can take this and spread it, and most importantly, let it be successful.
Thank you, Golam. See, we should have time to really talk about infrastructure. The key thing here is infrastructure, but we need to take questions. Maybe before we round up, maybe one point from each one of us to talk about that infrastructure. How do we get it done? Collaboration, partnership. But let's take the questions now, please. So if you have any questions, can we please raise up our hands? Okay, maybe one from here, one from here. Yes, go ahead. Let's be fast about it because of time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony. My question might not be so direct to what they've talked about, but it's always been a question in my heart that what's going to be the future of commercial banks and these fintech wallet accounts and payment platforms?
Okay, so Mr. Wale can go.
Okay. I think this debate was rife some years ago that fintechs would probably take out commercial banks. But the good thing is that there's a role for everyone, right? So commercial banks, again, when you talk of trust, commercial banks are structured and probably have the highest level of trust. So you will still find commercial banks holding your store of value. Also, with the way financial service systems are organized, there's something we call settlement operations, where the real movement of money happens. You see, when you do a transaction and you get instant value, right? The players that make that finance available get their money the next day or more, especially if it is a transaction that is cross-border. Okay? And the people that can play at that trust level, let me use that language, because I'll give you an example. We have a population of how many million? How many million transactions do you think happen in a day? Right? At the end of the day, which banks are here today? I don't want to do that, but I'm trying to see. Okay, I think we have.
You're bound to take one more question from here, and the time is rounded up.
Okay, so you see, let me just quickly land this. Yeah. At the end of the day, if First Bank has done transfers from accounts that are worth billions of naira, same thing with UBA, they need to exchange this money the next day, and this can only be done by commercial banks, right? Even the fintechs, you are saying, have to rely on the commercial banks to do that settlement for them. So that's why there will always be a place and a role for commercial banks. But you see, the commercial banks cannot go to the level of financial inclusion that we want. They are not flexible to provide you with a number of financial services that you want. And that is why we have what we call other financial institutions. And that's where we have fintechs. So at the end of the day, coming back to our theme, the symphony, orchestrating it, commercial banks have their role. They are at the top of the trust level. They engage with the card schemes. They engage with the central banks, and they engage with other financial entities cross-border. But they empower fintechs to be able to give you those services that you need on demand quickly. So at the end of the day, there's a complete role for commercial banks and the fintechs, so that at the end of the day, we have services that make us meet our various financial needs and obligations.
Thank you very much. You just hit it on the nail. Please, a question from here, please. Yeah. Yes. Okay, Temo.
All right. My name is Henry Chiko from Innovations for Poverty Action. Thanks. That is very great conversation. Whenever we talk about this conversation, this point about AI, the embedded finance, the penetration of 5G, it sounds quite exciting, right? There are a lot of opportunities. But it's also very important for us to understand that while we have these opportunities, it also could pose some consumer protection risks for consumers, especially inexperienced low-income consumers. So my question is, what mechanisms, because it's very easy from the supply side to say that you implement systems that seek consent. What mechanisms should be in place to ensure that consumers, especially inexperienced low-income consumers, are protected from the potential risks associated with this drive? Thank you.
This question will keep popping up. Trust. Yeah. Dr. Chris can go ahead. So we'll take one more question from here, one more, and one more from here. Yeah.
Of course, there's a risk, correct? So how to mitigate that risk? Especially this happens from the bottom of the chain. There are two issues comes into my mind. One is sanitation. People need to be educated how to use this technology, at least on the basic level, number one. Number two, languages, correct? Okay, in Nigeria, majority of us still speak English, but still if you go down into the rural market, still the local language comes more handy, correct? Either Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo and other connected languages comes in or broken. So some of those things need to be addressed in that way, how people understand it in a layman's language, so that they use the technology in the right way and at the same time, they also understand the nuances of this. That is the only way to get this done, because Lagos is the 27 million or 22 million is not the market. The market is remaining outside. That is the market. So if you need to address it, you need to get the basics right. Then you get it done.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. We need a lady, not a guy. Okay, madam, thank you. Go ahead. A lady from here too, shortly.
So my question is for the fintech. Much of the AI innovation data that we've been using have been on like globally imported data. Are there any things we're trying to do to train on like Nigerian data, to train the algorithms on Nigerian data? Is there anything?
One of the things
You got a question, right?
And great question, right? And it's a burning question in the AI conversation. And it's a question that was actually discussed last year at FinTech Week, where one, the quality of data used to train these models, where are they coming from? Two is historically, and I stand to be corrected, historically, the collection of data in Nigeria and locally has not been, for a lack of a better word, the best. So we have a lot of unstructured data. We have a lot of data that needs housekeeping, that needs to be cleaned up. And I know increasingly and progressively that is being done, and that's going on. Even just from the BVN, cleaning up BVN data, the data in BVN right now is a lot more cleaner than what it was before. The data in NIN is a lot more cleaner than it was before. The regulators, CBN and the likes, as they engage the commercial banks, are a lot more stringent on KYC, and that's something we didn't talk about here. KYC is now very, very important, even for the fintechs. For even you opening an app, there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If your KYC is not clear, you can't move. So all that is sanitizing the data integrity of what we have locally. Now, by the time that data integrity is being sanitized, people are now able to train AI models using those data. So the next stage or the next phase that is currently ongoing by different organizations is using those AI tools with cleaned up local data. That's the next level of customization that I believe is existing in the AI space locally. Initially, we just lift and shift AI models from abroad, do 1 or 2 tweaks, and that is it. But as she asked, are those things going on? I think they are, and I hope they are, because those data locally, as Doc said, 23 million people in Lagos, another 180 or so million people outside Lagos. We have a lot of work to do to make it our own.
So that's the view I see.
Thank you for that. One more question from a lady here. Thank you. That will be our last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Ayabami, an economic research analyst. So my question is this. So we all know that fintech can really drive economic growth, right? But then there are contextual enablers that need to be in place. But the thing is, we need to not just bridge access, but active usage, because that is really what drives economic growth. Now, what infrastructure needs to exist to drive active usage, right? And what collaborations and what partnerships need to happen to make this infrastructure possible, to drive the quality of active usage as opposed to just access?
So 10 seconds is for each of us speaker to answer that. I talked about infrastructure. It's very key. That's where everything sits, and that's where the major problem is, especially for the unbanked, those are the rural areas. So start from Mr. Wale. As we round up, 10 seconds each, or let me say 15 seconds. Infrastructure, collaboration, partnership. What can be done?
Okay, I believe a lot is being done, and one of it is like this FinTech Week, right? Main one, good enough. Equinox now. I've made it so easy for fintechs and startups not to have to go and. Those days, you have to buy your village servers, buy comms, and all of that. But you can now share infrastructure. We're coming up the next layer where we can now also share information. We are talking about driving usage. We're going into the world of what we call open banking, where players are encouraged to share. Even on the telecom side of it, once upon a time, MTN will put a mast here, and then 200 meters, Airtel Econet will have its own mast. But now they are all co-locating their infrastructure. I have 10 seconds. I would have loved to go more, but we are not yet there. But we are getting there, especially with the help of our regulators. With the help of our regulators, right? So we have started biting the infrastructure side. We're collaborating on the data side, and then services are also now being. We're having co-delivery of services as well. The good thing is that we have started the journey. The Nigerian financial payment space is actually very matured compared to even some parts of Europe and America. And we still have some things to cover, but I think we're doing well. If we're able to eventually break the infrastructure barrier, which is because of our dependence on importation and the lag that foreign exchange causes, it makes it kind of a bit expensive. But if we're able to eventually break that and probably do more local content,
maybe that's what Dr. Chris will talk about. How do we break this barrier? Because like you pointed out, the barrier is still there.
No, we have a fundamental or basic infrastructure available, correct? Maybe if you look at Lagos alone, but if you are looking at a pan-Nigerian basis, what we need to look at is better collaboration. Better collaboration means not, okay, I'm leading the collaboration, so my balance sheet should grow faster. No, that is not going to work. What is the end game? To bring everybody onto one table, correct? So the nation should grow. The continent should grow. That should be the vision. And that can only happen with an open-minded collaboration. Without that, it may not happen. Number one. Number two, localization, correct? Data localization must happen because then it eases the network. Latency becomes more or less
So Chris, can you give us specific examples, please?
Okay, if you look at specific examples, infrastructure providers, correct? Okay, let's say, I don't want to take names. Whoever is providing fiber need to provide a better quality of fiber, not just limiting into Lagos. Because at the end of the day, this boils down into connectivity. Whatever cloud you can put all the best systems. But if it is not connected, it doesn't make sense. So that connectivity need to be the best of the best across Nigeria, not limiting into Lagos, Ikoyi or Lekki. Across Nigeria, can we connect the 774 local governments? If it is connected, what is the latency from maybe Port Harcourt to Kanu or somewhere in north? Let's look at that. Correct. Then that 180 million can access the networks or access the services what is available in Lagos. That is what need to be. That's what I said, the better collaboration need to happen.
Fantastic, thank you. Maybe we can now begin to move into how the models that can work out in and around the infrastructure. What models? I know we all task government a lot. Yes, they have to do it, but what other business models can work around infrastructure development in the country to bring this, enable this fintech ecosystem we are talking about?
I think we have to commend the financial ecosystem, whether it's the bankers committee or the fintech committee. They are really committed to not just looking at each other as competitors, but with, as he mentioned, the open banking system, and that's not sharing information, sharing data is also important. And I would take on what you said about trying to develop infrastructure in the rural areas. There's some form of, or there's a lot of cost to that, because if you build your infrastructure in the commercially active areas, you're looking at your ROI. But in the rural areas, you may not, though the number of bodies are there, but what economic activities are they doing that would ensure that your cost of putting in those infrastructures, because you're not an NGO, you need to have your returns. So there is that space of still the government. Because if there are not enough economic activities in a certain rural location, they don't have enough spending power. If you put in the shiny infrastructure there, they have no economic power to plug into those systems. So that is where the government comes to bear, to say, how can we make the economic situation of the country better, even things as much as security better, so that those rails will work better. Because if you're a fintech organization and you want to put in actual infrastructure in an area where the security is bad, you're thinking, those equipment will be stolen overnight. Why would I put those in place? So there are rings around what government should do before we think of how to embed other infrastructure, because those other things will run on government rails.
Fantastic. Yeah, Bolan.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it only on government, or are there other business models we can work around with?
Yeah, so it's great response, and there are other business stakeholders that can work with it. Speaking to her question as well, one thing is to get there, another thing is to encourage people to use it. You know, you can always get there, bring the nice bright shining toy, like she also said, and at the end, the users after the first day, first week, they don't even use it, and they move on to what they are comfortable using. That's the human behavior, human psychology that we also need to deal with, which is people are comfortable using cash in some certain regions. So you need to find a way to reorientate them, train them to say digital payments is also going to serve your needs, and that's based on trust. So that also needs to exist. You know, once you have it there, you need to enable these people and use it consistently and continuously. And just to wrap up with what we've all said, I'm thinking bringing government into play to expand financial inclusion is important. Yes, the commercial banks, the fintech are playing their role, they are playing their part, but having tax incentives, having subsidies for financial ecosystems that will allow them make that shared investments, looking at the 776 local governments like he pointed out and saying, you know what, for shared infrastructure in these locations, government-backed incentives, all that can also help bring that private sector investment, knowing that the government is there to them to collaborate and probably solve those problems. But we can't solve it overnight, but we will try.
Thank you, Noah. I think we're coming to a close. Let's give our speakers a round of applause, please. Yes, you've had a great time, fantastic time this afternoon. You can meet them or any one of them if you still want to have a follow-up questions with them. Thank you. Thank you, and I think we are still on. We have other sessions coming up. Please sit down and relax, and I wish you the best in your endeavors. God bless you all. Thank you.
If there's a photographer in the room, we'd like to welcome them for photo ops, please.
Bringing up an ecosystem for growing
Another round of applause for them. You can definitely clap better than that.
So at this time, we need everyone to come back into the main hall so we can continue with the program. If you're in stack A is in the main hall, so yes, you're in the right place. Stack B, stack C, please come back into the main hall.
And in case you forgot what that is, Maestro, Rhythm, and
Echo halls. So if you're at the Echo hall, please come back into the Maestro hall. That's the main hall. If you're at the Rhythm hall, please come back into the main hall. We need to continue with the rest of the program.
So at this point, I would like to appease our hostesses and our ushers to please go around and announce that the stations are officially closed, and let everybody make their way back to the main stage, please.
Ushers, please kindly help. Protocols, please kindly help.
Innovative, imaginative, creative, inventive.
Redefining the system.
Fintech.
It a flow like water.
Fintech.
Moving is the my dear.
Fintech.
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 Fintech. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Fintech and GR. System. Fintech. It a flow like water. Fintech. Moving easy, my dear. Fintech. 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 Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Everybody go. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. A new symphony of change makers driving forward. Oh. Our digital future, seamless trading. Fintech dominating. Innovative, imaginative, creative, inventive.
Redefining the system.
Fintech.
It a flow like water.
Fintech.
Moving is the my dear.
Fintech.
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 Fintech. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Oh. Fintech and GR. Started with a dream like that. Numbers on the screen like that. Now we growing big like that. All over the world, yeah, yeah. Bringing up an ecosystem for growing in the fintech space. Giving you a platform where you innovate and share ideas. Fintech, it flow like water. Fintech, moving easy, my dear. Fintech, fintech, fintech.
Please, can we have everyone in the hall now so we can go ahead with the program? Ushers, please help. If you are in stack 2, stack 3, please come back into the main hall. The symphony continues and it's not ended yet.
Innovative, imaginative, creative, inventive.
Redefining the system.
Fintech.
It a flow like water.
Fintech.
Moving is the my dear.
Fintech.
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 This is to announce again that the session here is about to continue. So if you are a usher or a steward or a hostess, please, I would like you to assist us in announcing in every other hall, and let's work together to bring everybody back here, please. So if you are wearing a Felicity t-shirt,
innovative, imaginative, active.
Redefining the system.
Fintech.
It a flow like water.
Fintech.
Moving is the my dear.
Fintech.
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 Fintech. Oh,
yeah.
Fintech NGR. Oh, Fintech NGR. Oh,
yeah.
Fintech NGR. Oh, Fintech NGR.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Welcome from the breakout session. Is it your first time at Nigeria Fintech Week? This is your first time experiencing this. Oh, welcome. Welcome. So according to the theme of the event is Symphony, and the idea is the done in the fintech space. But now we want to influence some collaboration right here, right now. My name is Timas, the Games Master. I'm sure you've been holding this card. How many people have this card? Who doesn't have this card? I don't have this card. Okay, so you're going to get some. I think I have people coming around. If you don't have this card, please just signify you have people bringing cards to you. And I'm sure you're curious as to what this card is for, right? And I'm sure you've read through it. So you can see on the card, if you don't have the card, if you have the card with you, you will see something about find someone who has more than 4 bank apps and all of that. So what you're supposed to do, Esther, do we have the cards, please? Yes, please. So the challenge is we have about 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Gracefully, we have about 15 minutes for this. What you're supposed to do is find someone that fits the description on the card and write their name in the box. In each box, there's a space under. So find someone. So if they say find someone who has 4 bank apps, you have to move around. So you have to actually move around and network with people and ask people questions. Now, there are prizes. If you are the first to get 5 in a row, you get a prize. And if you are the first to get everything complete, you get a prize. Do we understand? So if you are first to get 5 names in a row, you get a prize. If you are the first to get everything completely within the time limit that we have, you get a prize. So please write your name on top of the card, and the place for NFW bodies, you can give a shout out to 1 or 2 persons that you've met here today. So your name on top, where you see NFW bodies, write the names of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that you met today and you'd like to give a shout out to. And let's get the game started. You have to move around and ask questions. All right? So if you're interested in this, so I'm just going to ask the question. If you see anybody that signifies, you can go and meet them and put their names down. So who here has more than 4 bank apps on their phones? Is there anyone there? Okay, so please, you have go and get their names. There's someone there, you have more than 4 bank apps, so please, you have someone there, you can get his name. Is there someone here that is a freelancer? Any freelancers in the building? There's a freelancer there, you can get his name. There's a freelancer right there, she's a freelancer. Any freelancer over this side? Okay, there's a freelancer there, so get their names, okay. Who has more than 2 tech jobs? You might want to be careful. Your employer might be here, so you might not want to signify. But if you have 2 tech jobs, please you can signify and indicate that you have what? All right, on a row, on a straight line. It must be 5 on a row. 5 on a row, either vertically or horizontally. It must be 5 on a row. But well done, you're doing well. That's a good one. All right. Who works at a payment startup? Anyone here? You work at a payment startup. Oh, you again. Freelancer. You work at a payment startup. You have someone right here, guys. She works at a payment startup. You can get her name. Let me see. Who knows a female founder in fintech? You know a female founder in fintech. Can I see your hands up? Okay, there's someone there, guys. The gentleman over there knows a female founder in fintech. All right, let me look for another one for you. Find someone who has attended the Nigeria Fintech Week before. How many of you have been here before? You've had this kind of experience before at the Nigeria Fintech Week. Anyone? Okay, anyone over here? You've attended the Nigeria Fintech Week before. This is everyone's first time. That can be true. All right, I'm waiting for my first set of winners. If you are the first to get 5 on a straight row, please come forward and get your prize. We have our prizes sponsored by First Bank. We have prizes sponsored by Bravewood and a couple of other sponsors here today. Oh, someone is looking for a pen. That's a start. Okay, let me help you out some more. Who is a product manager here? I'm a product manager. My name. Oh no, I'm asking. I'm not a product manager. I'm asking who is a product manager. Who is a product manager here, please? Wow. Guys, I think you just get a name for everything. I was going to say you can't have someone's name. You have 6 on a straight line. If you have 5 on a straight line, who has a pet that is not a dog or a cat? That's a difficult one. Who has a pet that is not a dog or a cat? Anyone here? You have a chicken. How many days do you keep a chicken for? Is that a pet or you are raising it for Christmas? Christmas is in 2 months' time, so I see what you're doing. Nice one. Can I come over? Can I see? A round of applause, please. We have someone. What's your name? Baraka. Please write your name on top. Okay. All right, so we have Baraka. Fatima, please, can she get a gift? So you can continue. So we need 5 people that will get 5 in a row, will get gifts, and if 5 people that will get 5 in a row, either vertically or horizontally. Where is it? No, in a row, either vertically or horizontally. 5 on a row, that's how bingo works. Who is Nigeria Fintech Week? No. The one in the middle is nothing. You put a name. What did you ask? What's the question in the middle? It just says Nigeria Fintech Week. That's different. That's a different question. Okay. Where is it? Can I confirm these names? 5. Okay, so we have 3 people. No, that can't work. Hold on. Oh, sir, please come. You're not done. Write your name, please. Write your name, please. Okay. So, who else? Hold on, let me confirm. You're not done. So get your prize, but then you can continue. There you go, sir.
You say I'm not done.
So you get your prize for getting 5 in a row, but you can also get a prize for completing everything. Okay, so 3 of them, please. There is for everything. So meet her, please. No. Hold on, no. There is for... No. There is for everything. 5 in a row umbrellas. We're good on that. So look at them here. No. Fatima. Hold on. I know. No, hold on. The people you are giving gifts. 1, 2, 3. No, they showed that before you. 4. Barakas, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already. They came first. No, they came first. You're not complete. You're not done before when you came the first time. No, when you came. I'm sorry. So I have my first 5 winners for getting 5 in a row. Within the time that we have, the next set of prizes are for people that will get everything completely. So let's see how many people can get everything completely. We have prizes for 5 people, so be the first 5. Yes, you won. Oh, 5 in a row. Prize for 5 in a row is gone. Prize for 5 in a row is gone. Now we're looking for those that will get everything completely. And we have less than 10 minutes on the clock. Prizes for 5 in a row is gone. Everything? No, you have to get everything this time around. So do you need help? What question do you need help with? Let me help you. What question do you need help with? You can talk to me. Fatima, please come. All right, so which one do you need help with? Let me see. Who has participated in a hackathon before? Who has participated in a hackathon before? The photographer has participated in a hackathon. Please, you can get his name. Look for the question. There's a question down there that's asking for someone that's participated in a hackathon. Who has invested in a fintech startup before? Who has invested in a fintech startup? Anyone? Okay, you have someone here, guys. There's someone here that has invested in a fintech startup. You can come and get her name. Thank you so much for being kind enough to tell us that you have invested in a fintech startup. You have someone over there. You can get her name. Let's see. Find someone who has a fintech app on their phones right now. If you have a fintech app on your phone, can I see your hand up? You have a fintech app on... Look, please, just get a name for everything already, guys. You're sleeping on this young lady over here. Get a name for everything. She has a fintech app on her phone, please. All right, next one. Find someone who has raised VC funding from their startup. Find someone who has raised VC funding for their startup. Anyone such here? Anyone who has raised VC fund for their startup before? Oh, nobody. You guys are wicked. By the way, Apollo Global put this together. So if there's anyone that is very difficult, please hold them. Yeah, Fatima and Esther, please. Hold them responsible if there's anyone that is too difficult. All right, we're about wrapping this up now. If I don't have any winner, I'm going to go back with my gifts, and then we'll come back for the game session tomorrow. So can I go back with my gift already? Okay, so do you need help with anyone? Let me know, what do you need help with? What question do you need help with? Where's that? Oh, find someone who works out at the gym. Who works out at the gym here? Who works out at the gym? Nobody? Wow, no gym rat. Guys, you have the gym enthusiast over there, please. Oh, okay. I see why you asked me to ask that question. That's a good one, Esther. Her name is Esther. For those that work out at the gym, you can put her name down. I'm helping you already. If no one wins my prize today, I go on with my prize, and then we'll come back tomorrow to give them out. You're done. You are done, sir. Can I see? Wow, interesting. Hold on, don't go. You want to go? You don't want your gift? Who is Femi? Femi you work at a payment startup. All right, nice. Shindara, you've participated in hackathon before. Where's Shindara? Oh, interesting. Congratulations, that's good. All right. That's nice. Where is this? I'm looking for one. Yes. Who is this person? Sam. Sam doesn't have a cat or a dog, but has a pet. I'm very curious as to what that pet is. Not a lizard, please. All right, come forward, please. Please, I have my first winner over here. Round of applause, please. Please, get your prize over there. Okay, come over. So I have 4 more prizes to give away for those that will complete this. I have my first winner already. And his name is Mr. Marvelous, right? That's a marvelous one. Well done. So please. What did you say? No, just one. Yes. Everything. Wow, I have another winner here. Oh, no, there's one that you've not completed. VC funding down there. You can have your card, Marvelous. Thank you. Congratulations. I need 4 more winners within the time that I have left. Talk to me. What question do you need help with? I can help you. I'm here to guide you. What say? What's the question? Who can play what? Where is it? Musical instrument. Who can play a musical instrument here? You've gotten someone. Hold on. One by one, please. Hold on. Yeah. Where's yours? Barakat. Let me see Barakat. Melon. Who's Melon? Ah, I see. What's your name, please? Put your name down, please. Okay. There's one here. What's this? Okay, I have Barakat. Wow, Barakat's won for 5 in a row, and now she's winning for everything. Please, get up. Hold on, please. I have 1, 2. Let's see. Fatima, please. Barakat. Let's see. Balumi, your name is here. Oh, that's not yours. Can I see yours? She came first, please. We're wrapping up. Yeah, we're wrapping up. Okay, congratulations. What's your name, please? Grace, over here, please. Yeah, I'm done. I have 2 more winners. She came first. Hold on. Yes. Okay. I have 1 more winner here. And hold on. She came first. Okay. Can I have, yeah, please. And hold on. She came before you. So, yeah, go there. Yes, that's all. Thank you so much. Yes, we're done. We have our winners already. We have our first 5 winners already. I have my first 5 winners already. No, I said 5 winners. They came first. Fatima, please. Fatima, please, no one should meet you that I didn't direct to you, please. Thank you so much for participating. My name is Timas Games Master. Please keep connecting. It's Symphony for a reason. We're here to collaborate and build businesses together. Have a lovely experience for the rest of the event, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
My mic. My mic. Okay, my mic is on now. Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to everyone that won prizes. And I know that there's a lot more to be won. But right now, we have to move on with the program as the day is already far spent. And we need to continue with creating our symphony, right?
The music never stops, even though the tech team wants to hinder us small, but we will not allow it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Maestro stage. I don't know if you participated in the games. If you won something, congratulations. If you didn't, you are still a winner. With that being said, I hope people are making their way back because we are about to get started and we don't want to waste time because we are very much behind time. So with that being said, I would like to, of course, now we are looking at our sponsor spotlights, spotlighting those that have sponsored and facilitated one or two into contributions in whatever it may be, whether it's cash or kind or time, to this year's Nigeria Fintech Summit 2025. So very quickly, I would like to welcome to the stage, and let's please give him a round of applause as he does come to the front. The theme or this specific discussion is tagged from fragmented to frictionless, the AI-powered trust in Africa's fintech. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Regional Business Development Director for North and West Africa, Sub. Can we please welcome to the stage Richie Ima?
A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's my second time attending this amazing event, and thank the organizers for putting this together. On behalf of SAMSA and myself, we extend our humble greetings. And today, of course, I will be speaking primarily about how we can build a seamless processes within the fintech space. As we all know, fintech is growing rapidly, especially within Nigeria and within Africa. And Nigeria has been playing amazing. I've been doing an amazing job, taking the lion's share for many years. But I will start by sharing a simple life story of mine. I checked in at a hotel back in early this year in Abuja, and I paid for my stay. And surprisingly, upon checking out in the next morning, I was told, hey, your payment didn't go through. And I'm like, I had an SMS from the bank that everything went through and, money was credited. But they said, no, you have to make another payment. And going back and forth, at the end of the day, I ended up paying twice for a single night, something that I was supposed to pay once. And this is 100,000 naira, And so the bottom line is, what I ended up feeling, I felt betrayed, I felt robbed, and I know that a lot of us went through the same processes, and that tarnished the image that we're trying to build, trust. Most importantly, we're talking about financial inclusion a lot, and financial inclusion all comes down to trust, and if we do not build that gap, then we stand basically fighting for what we can to win. And so therefore, I also had a conversation with one of my partners, and he said, I was trying to transfer money from my account, from one of my accounts to, not sure why it's not moving. I was trying to make a transfer from one of my accounts to another one. It was suspended for more than 48 hours, and the transfer was flagged as a fraudulent transaction. This is another use case that we all been maybe part of or been experiencing. And so therefore, how can we rectify these issues? Right, the fintech is growing. There's a lot of technology development going on back and forth, but we have to understand that without actually carrying the people, the real experience, the people that are experiencing are utilizing these tools. Therefore, again, we are basically building a gap between what we're building, which is the technology solution, and trust, which is the end users. Right. And we also see, like I said, Nigeria Fintech is scaling rapidly, exponential growth, right? But with that comes a lot of challenges. And we still know that now we are talking about things like fraud as a service. So basically, before, back in the days, you need someone to be technically oriented or tech-savvy individual to all right, is it going? Okay, let's try it this way. So before deepfake, before AI came into the limelight so much, you need someone with their technical background to really generate a tool that can perpetuate, illicit activities. Right now, it is not like that. Deepfake is accessible, AI is accessible to anyone, and we have companies now call them fraud as a service, openly offering you access to illicit tools that you can use even without knowing anything, having any technical background. You can penetrate, you can cause harm to fintech companies, and at the end of the day, they end up spending over $2.5 million in losses, as we have seen based on statistics. Right, so it is a different race right now that we are facing due to AI, of course. And when we talk about, again, inclusion and adoption, which is the main reason why I shared the stories that I shared in the very beginning, it is also, for Nigeria, for example, we're still lacking behind when we talk about the urban area. Over 26% of people are not included in the financial system. And if we look at the numbers for the rural areas, we're looking at around 37, even not more. 37% are still not included in the financial system. And that says a lot. And now we've seen in Nigeria alone, we are in the 9th position in Africa when it comes to identity theft. So number one cause of debt in Nigeria is use of fake documents. And secondly, we see over 300% growth year on year for deepfakes, right? Synthetic generated images and all of that, increasing tremendously. And for that reason, it is imperative for every one of us here present to understand that the old days have passed. The time where we can do things and say, we look at document physically and say, okay, I like this document, let's move on board the person, has long gone. Because fraudsters, or the bad players, as we love to call them, they are not sleeping, and they are making use of the AI tools that we so much talk about on a daily basis to generate highly sophisticated tools that human eye cannot even detect. Right. And that's why we're saying what we're saying. Sophistication in fraud, sophistication in identity theft, in deepfake, and all of these things causes a lot of reputational damage, loss in finance, over 2.5 million in a year for a single. You can lose your license even because of that. And of course, like I said, mentioned, massive data volume that is going on. So you're onboarding millions of users. It's impossible to look at those documents or to process them manually without having a proper processes in place. And for that, we also see customer experience, which is what I also mentioned in the very beginning. What was my experience with the loss that I encountered? Okay, maybe it's not a big money, but it's not the same for everyone, right? And if we are going through those kind of cases, and I didn't even have anyone to talk to, like you can't even contact the bank, there's no way for me to rectify or try to understand what happened to my payment. And this is what we are facing on a daily basis. So I definitely believe that the financial institutions should create, like I did propose when I had the opportunity to attend a forum in the presidential villa earlier this year, like I did propose, there should be a platform where things like this happen. A normal person like you and I can go in and log in those complaints, and the regulators or the institution will look at it and understand this is coming from the people we're trying to solve. We build regulations, we build all these frameworks, but we actually do not understand how it affects the common man in the street. And that's my campaign today, to try and bring all these things together and see how we can build a seamless processes around compliance, around user verification, around real-time fraud monitoring and prevention, of course, transaction monitoring. Moving further, and this is also very, very important in my area in the last, I don't know, 2 years, specifically working for the African market. And I see that one thing always said everything in common in all the companies that we talk to is use of multiple vendors across different product line. So A is handling KYC, B is handling KYB, C is handling transaction monitoring, AML screening, all these components. And you have to understand that some of these companies, technology companies, they are not built, they build their product not to be kind of an open source in some form, which ultimately means that there's a communication barrier when you're trying to share data between platform A and to platform B. Right, so you end up, when you were trying to automate processes, you end up literally doing things manually, going back to this, to level 1. Right, and it costs almost 5 hours of management time to identify, and we all know also regulation is changing rapidly, so it's very difficult to manage multiple vendors when trying to adhere to the regulatory requirement. And now, how can we solve this? For the sake of time, this thing keep lacking and taking my time away. Okay. All right, so let's forget about the slide, it's not moving. So how can we solve this? We can, in this case, turn to AI for all the solutions that we need, how to seamlessly onboard customers, seamlessly monitor transaction in real time, and most importantly, stay in touch with regulatory requirements, irrespective of the jurisdiction we're trying to enter into. And this is where Samsung comes into play. We cover more than 200 plus countries, and all the product lines that we offer are powered by an advanced AI modules and machine learning. Of course, we process more than 2 million data on a daily basis, and that helps build this engine that can detect any fraudulent patterns that any bad players might bring on board. So for the sake of time, we have a booth here, and if anyone have any questions and how we can help you, streamline your processes and all of that, I'll be very happy to talk to you guys. And I hope everything I shared so far makes sense. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
We can give him another round of applause. So I'm actually very worried about the fact that the sound check, or the sound that is clapping, is louder than the claps in the hall. That's very troublesome to me, because our claps should be louder than that. So as the speakers keep on coming, let's work on that, right? Let's keep on working that. Practice makes what? Say it louder. Practice makes what? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just coming into the room, you are welcome. We are at the Chamber Solo segment, and this is a segment that highlights our sponsor spotlights. So without wasting too much time, we are just zooming right into it. I would like to please welcome our other solo sponsor. He is the MD of AfriGoPay, and he is represented by Munachi Duru, Chief of Staff and Head of Innovation and Strategy at AfriGoPay. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to the front, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Oh, good, okay. My name is Munachi Duru. I lead innovation, partnerships, and products at Afrigo. Afrigo is Nigeria's first national domestic card scheme, by the way. I don't know if the slides are up, but I'll be speaking on innovating through partnerships for local relevance, right? Just to give you a quick brief of Afrigo today as it stands, we were launched on the 26th of January 2023 as a subsidiary of the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System. Anyone knows NIBS here? Your NIP transactions, everything that powers what happens today. So we're a subsidiary of that, and we're a card scheme, which means that we have a card, or we license banks to issue cards, which you can use to make payments at both POS, ATM, and web, right? So just like you know other card schemes that exist today across the world, we are one of them, but we're domiciled in Nigeria to start with. There were 4 key reasons why Afrigo was established, and one of them really was to reduce the cost of payments. Today, across other card schemes, you find that it costs quite a lot to issue, I'm not going to call any brands, just for the sake of not demarketing them, but it could be quite expensive to issue a card today, and even the cost of actually being part of those card schemes could be pretty expensive. So one of our key motives here is to make sure that we reduce the cost of payments. And we do that by ensuring 3 things, right? The first is really around transparent pricing and billing. We want to make sure that you're able to see through what it costs you to actually issue X card, right? We want to make sure that you are aware of whatever costs are coming to you by issuing this card to your customers. So that's one of our key tenets. The second is that we ensure that all settlements is done in local currency. So you're not issuing an Afrigo card and paying someone else in dollars or whatever currency. Everything is in Naira, right? And there's 0 penalty fees. So whether there's a decline today or tomorrow, you're not paying for decline fees. What you see is what you get, essentially. And the second is that we're also promoting financial inclusion and a cashless economy. So as much as there are existing payment systems today, we find that about roughly around 40% of the population today is still financially excluded. And by making the cost of payments rather cheap, we believe that we can get to the hinterlands and get everyone who hasn't had any experience making a digital payment and enabling them with this card so they can actually make such payments. And we know with the way inflation has eroded, I'd say, the spending power of the average Nigerian citizen today, what used to cost you about 80,000 Naira to buy a smartphone could cost you maybe about 2x, 3x that amount. So cards remain one of the most prevalent and perhaps cheaper way of paying digitally today, as it were. We're also here to support CBN's financial inclusion mandate. So as you may be aware, there have been pronouncements by the federal government today where a lot of interventions will be supported by the Afrigo card. What that means is that if there's any kind of government-to-people initiative, those will be powered through the Afrigo card. And I'll show you some of those such things. We're also supporting welfare and social intervention programs. I just talked about that. And one key important thing to us is that we want to make sure we ensure data sovereignty. Every time you use your card to make a payment somewhere, there's data being generated, and we want to make sure that that data is kept on our shores. We need to be sure that when you make payment, we are sure that that data stays on board. And the beautiful thing about this is that that data helps us to make informed decisions around where money is going, where are Nigerians actually spending. Now, when you use other payment methods that are not, and the data is not domiciled here, we actually don't know we actually have no information about how the economy is performing. We need to know what merchants are being paid, what sectors are driving the average spend in Nigeria today. Now, I'm going to run a quiz at the end of this, this session, and there are going to be prizes won. So please listen to these parts very attentively. Now, in terms of our key value propositions, there are 4 key things we're driving here. Now, if you're well-versed with the payment system today, when someone makes a payment with a card, you usually get your funds the next day, right? T+1, right? Is everybody aware of that? Yeah. But for us today, what we've been able to achieve is that as long as someone makes a payment on any POS terminal or an Afrigo card, that merchant gets the money instantly. So you don't have to wait for T+1 or T+X. It's actually T right now. So that's one of our key value propositions. In addition to that, all of our cards are also equipped with QR codes. So if there's a fault with that chip in your card, or for whatever reason, if there's something wrong with the switching or the issuer, you can scan a QR code on that card that is personalized for you and actually still get paid as a merchant, right? Now, we also support offline payments. And I'm proud to say that today we're partnering with a very key partner in the transit business. Anyone here knows Cowry? The Cowry cards that I use at the BRT terminals. So today I'm happy to announce that this card in my hand today is enabled for both EMV transactions and offline payments, which means in a couple months from now, the cards that will be issued to you at the BRT stations will be Afrigo cards. And what that means is that you can pay at the BRT terminals or anywhere else, and guess what? You can use those cards on POS, on ATM, as well as web. One card for everything. Please give us a round of applause. Now, in our partnership with NIMSI as well, for the EID cards, all of the cards will also carry your biometric data for those specific type of cards. So if you recall earlier, I think in 2023, the president made a pronouncement that there will now be the new version of the digital identity card, right? And that's going to be powered by Afrigo, which means this chip on this card will carry both your identity data as well as payment information. So any disbursements made by the government, for example, to you, will be done via an Afrigo card, and verification can be done through that Afrigo card, and then any payments to you would also, any payments that we made to such people will be on the same Afrigo card, right? So now just to quickly take you through some of the partnerships we've done. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the slides up, but I'm proud to say also today that on my phone resting today, we have the Afrigo contactless app, which means there's a digital copy of this card on my phone, and I can go to certain POS terminals and tap. I don't have to carry a physical card anywhere I'm going, right? So that's been achieved. And like I mentioned earlier, I'd have loved to show you the video. The Cowry card is going to be launched in a couple months from now, or weeks actually. And what that means is that if you visit any BRT station or anywhere this Cowry card is being issued, you'll be able to get an Afrigo card and you can use that. I'd love to show you a video of the demo, but due to technical issues, we don't have that. So that's quickly what we have in store for you. Just want to take you quickly through what we have. So the last thing I'm going to ask now is a quick quiz, and I'm going to be 3 winners, right? So like I mentioned earlier, can 3 quick people here tell me what the 3 key value propositions of Afrigo are? Okay. Okay, speak up.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shitu.
Okay.
According to you, you said the card have QR code, biodata, and you get payment.
Just one. That's a good one. Okay, so let's hand him a gift. Thank you. What's your name, sir? Round of applause for Shitu Hakim. Okay. Who else wants to take a stab at it? Okay, one more there. Sorry? Yes, okay, just one. That's fine. So one for her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
who else
sir.
wants to take a stab? Okay, go for it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
My name is Bukola.
Okay.
Yes, you can use one card for everything. It can be used for payment. It can be used for the BRT. You can use it for POS. One card for numerous things.
She had mentioned that, so try again with something else. There were 3 I mentioned.
Okay, you can use it for QR code.
Someone has mentioned that too. Hakim mentioned that. One more.
EMB payments.
Seriously. So try, there's still one more, right? That was the first one I mentioned, right? Who wants to give it a stab?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
It could stand for your biometrics.
No, we mentioned that already.
Okay.
So I have to take this one last one. Okay, you try. Yeah, instant credit to merchants on POS. Okay, so she gets it. So 3. Thank you very much, and I hope you get your Afrigo card at the earliest convenience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can give him another round of applause. We're not clapping over here. Give him another round of applause. Thank you. Now, moving on very quickly. We know that artificial intelligence, is no longer a distant dream. We know that, right? AI is incorporated in everything that we do, from banking to work to religion to even how we live, right? Okay, so our next keynote address will take us straight into the future of AI in Nigeria. So please join me welcome a thought leader, an innovator, and one of the leading voices in Africa's AI ecosystem. And he'll be leading the conversation here as someone who has been right at the heart of it. Without further ado, please put your hands together as I bring up stage Mr. Ehia Erabo. He is the founder of AI in Nigeria. And you see how he just came like he's a Gen Z. Does it look Gen Z? Does it look like a Gen Z? They said yes, no. Does he look Gen Z? He said Gen Zs are denying him. Gen Zs, you want to deny your AI founder? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Does our AI founder in Nigeria look like a Gen Z? Okay, so they did not deny you. He's trying to be. No gift for you. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Ehia.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me. In the next few minutes, I've been asked to give a keynote on AI in action, but I've given a subtitle to the presentation, which is Building Responsible AI that Serves People. Building responsible AI that serves people. You can bring up the slide, but I would also just share from here while you are trying to do that. The reality today is we really don't need to tell people what AI can do. I'm sure many people in this room, we all know what AI can do. There's the school of thought that says that AI has moved from the wow to the how. So while in times past, maybe about a year or 2 years ago, there was a lot of conversations about the wow, this new technology. Wow, there's so much it can do. Right now, the focus more is on the how. How do we literally position AI for common good? We all know that today and into the future, this technology is increasingly going to be at the heart of the decisions that we make. Today, we know that whether you get a job or not in some places, the decision is made by AI. The decision is not made by humans many times. Increasingly, people are turning to AI for the sort of decision making. Most of the decisions that you see across organizations in different places are being engineered by AI systems. The truth is, perhaps in a few years from now, when this event is being organized, let's assume that this event is oversubscribed. Whether you will be given a chance to attend the event or not may actually be determined by AI and not humans. In the future, people will depend on AI for who they marry. Decisions on who will I get married to may be partly made by AI systems. So literally, as we get into the world of AI, you find out that we are getting into a world where we are depending on machines and systems to make decisions that affect real humans. So given this sort of responsibility that this technology has, the question is, what can we do differently to make sure that the technology impacts people and we are doing things responsibly? Just imagine that as a technology, which is literally agnostic, we all know that technology is agnostic. It really doesn't have a mind of its own. It depends on what you've decided to use it for. Technology has what it takes to be able to widen the gap. AI technology has what it takes to be able to bring about inclusion, but on the other side of it, it also has the capacity to widen the gap. And we've seen that in previous technologies. And we give an example. Today, AI is powering the fourth industrial revolution. But there was the first, which was powered by steam engines. There was the second, which was powered by electricity. There was the third, which was powered by the internet and computing. And we've got the fourth, and perhaps there will be the fifth. But the question is, coming down to Africa, what have we literally used AI to achieve? Many times we hear the comments around AI being that technology that Africa can use to leapfrog. Is that really correct? With the first industrial revolution powered by electricity, by the steam engines, did Africa leapfrog? What does it mean to leapfrog with technology? To use technology for the good of most people. Today, what did we do with steam engines? Perhaps we haven't leapfrogged for a technology that is over 200 years old. There was the second industrial revolution powered by electricity. Did Africa leapfrog? Perhaps not. Most parts of Nigeria, most parts of Africa is somewhat still in darkness. There was the internet and computing. The rest of the world has leapfrogged with some of these technologies, these general purpose technologies. Did Africa achieve that level of development? Perhaps not. As we get into the fourth industrial revolution powered by AI, the truth is we may potentially also not leapfrog if we don't do things differently. And what do we need to do differently? It's putting AI at the heart of what we do to make it for the common good. Building out that technology that impacts the most people. Otherwise, we will have a technology that while it is good, we are using it to even widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots, between the rich and the poor. It's almost now a situation where AI takes decisions that favors a certain group of people while then excluding the other group of people. So as we think about AI, as we think about deploying this technology, it's critical that we think about building responsibly. But I think there is hope, especially with fintechs and AI, because we've seen what fintechs can do with technology. We've seen how, according to a McKinsey report, in the 10 years between 2010 and 2019, over 300 million people across the African continent were moved into financial technology for the first time in their life, digital financial technology for the first time in their lives. I think that is technology being used for the good of most people, because it's not just about 300 people accessing finance, it's about being able to improve the quality of their lives. So the challenge to fintechs is just like you've used other emerging technologies to build a system that pulls people out of poverty, to build a system that literally helps people to improve the course of their lives. You potentially can use AI to lead to a lot more inclusion than exclusion. Today, as we work with startups, as we work with organizations who are looking to deploy AI, I hear different categories of conversations. I see a category of organizations that are saying, how can we deploy AI and increase unemployment by firing people? Which is great, it's a good use case. But we also have the fintechs who are saying, how can we deploy AI for the good of the most people, to bring more people in? So as I wrap this up, I want to wrap up with a call for action, and it's based on the words of Mahatma Gandhi that says, the true measure of any society is in how it treats its most vulnerable members. AI will just be a technology, and like in Nigeria parlance, like we say, who AI help? If this technology does not help the most people, if we use it to create a lot more divide and exclusion, then at the end of the day, we may truly not leapfrog because we've not deployed a technology that has helped the most people. So as we build, let's build responsibly. Let's think about ethics. Let's think about data privacy. Let's think more about inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for our Gen Z AI founder in Nigeria. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the crescendo. And the last I checked, the meaning of crescendo, it means the finish line when it comes to forming a symphony. So look to your neighbor and tell them we're approaching the finish line. I think you'll be excited because some of you were like, we want to move, we want to move. So we're approaching the finish line. Some people are excited over there. All right. At the crescendo, we are talking about innovation, product pitches, and showcase. So join me, welcome at this time, to speak on orchestrating digital payments for growing businesses, the Vice President, Products and Engineering, Ifeoluwa Adekunle Yusuf. Please, a round of applause. Give her a crescendo round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Better. I'll be standing on existing protocols, and I'll be speaking on orchestrating digital payments for growing businesses. According to McKinsey, SMEs make up to 90% of businesses and are responsible for about 80% of customer-to-business payments in Nigeria. That's really huge. And businesses with higher digital adoption reported significant improvements, including a 15% revenue growth, while those with lower adoption saw gains below 5%. Do you also know that digitalizing 50% of MSMEs and businesses could unlock up to 1 trillion in new annual payments flows by 2030? So from inception, digital payments has been supporting business growth and providing solutions to critical businesses like dispute and chargeback, integration complexity, delayed settlement, poor data management, and consolidation. So what we have done at Zest is to develop platform solutions to these problems to boost business efficiency and growth, leveraging digital payment orchestration and, of course, AI. Through our multi-railed options of business strategy, we have solved for reliability and flexibility, and we believe that businesses should be able to collect payments in any form their customers want to pay them or in any form. And we've achieved this through our multi-railed payment gateway with over 7 options of payments and over 50 currency acceptance, and several business enhancement capabilities as well, including embedded invoicing, ticketing, and subscription payments solutions. And there's also the Gateway POS, which is different from the traditional POS, with up to 4 payment methods, which are the card, transfers, USSD, and QR, and a unique virtual ID for each of the terminals. Our solutions are designed to address real human and business needs, thereby supporting business optimization. Through our business portal, businesses can do more than an average payments platform. We have the consolidated transaction data to ensure businesses can make data-driven business decisions with access to several other business tools like the user management, automated disputes, and chargeback management, and aggregator module for central management of distribution units. Currently, payment is still about 90% in store and only about 10% online. And the opportunity for e-commerce is huge for businesses in Nigeria, with over 42 million businesses still untapped. That's a very big number. So what our customizable storefront does today is that it provides seamless online sales for businesses with embedded inventory solutions, embedded logistics. So businesses connected to us don't have to bother about dispatch and all of that because we've taken care of all of that. And of course, embedded finance. So for businesses that their consumers do not have enough money to make payments as at when they want to check out, there is the embedded finance to increase their purchasing power. Also, as a licensed aggregator, we've created a platform that opens up new use cases for digital payments in our prioritized ecosystem and sectors. And by moving away from traditional bill payment options to building a biller hub that caters for core lifestyle payment needs across health, logistics, education, and SME trade. By orchestrating digital payments, we've also supported businesses to unlock new growth opportunities coupled with transparent and flexible pricing. They can reach more customers locally and both globally. So they have that global presence even though they are still here in Nigeria. And also, they have an improved cash flow through faster settlement cycles and make smarter decisions with real-time analytics. Operational costs have also been proven to drop with automated reconciliation and fewer manual processes, while customer experience and retention improve significantly. We also drive financial inclusion, bringing underserved businesses into the formal payments economy. And finally, with our API ecosystem, businesses can scale seamlessly across borders through our APIs and our plugins. As a fintech for all, our focus at Zest is to empower growing businesses to become better, bigger, and support them to do more. We are seeking strategic adoption by enterprise merchants and aggregators in all sectors, and partnerships with fintechs, financial institutions, and large corporates. Go for better. Thank you.
Can we just give them another round of applause? Better yet, can you give me a round of applause? Yeah, I feel like that's better. That seems a bit better. Again, I know that some of us have been here since the morning, but you are not wasting your time. I do believe that you are at the right time, at the right place, I beg your pardon, at the right time with the right kind of people. So I just want you to look at your neighbor and just give your neighbor a high five very quickly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would like to welcome Mr. Dominic Oger, and I'm inviting him for a roundtable, exclusive roundtable discussion titled Orchestrating with Scale and Resilience. He is the CIO, Signal Alliance Technology. We can give him a round of applause as he comes to the front if he is here.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you can hear me. I barely can hear myself. Can you hear me? Okay, now I can. All right. Now, I have watched how the first speaker struggled with this slide, so I am already jittery. I'm hoping that it will not catch me as well. I can see it there, but I can see it here. All right. Now, it's an interesting place to be and interesting session when you have to have a class, or you are preaching, or you are having a meeting at this time. You struggle with lots of things. So if you are feeling sleepy, don't worry, you're not the only one. I'm also feeling sleepy as well. So we would work together to make this happen quickly. I think interesting thing for me is that the time I had has been further shrinked. So what I will do is that if you've heard of speed of light, we will do speed of light. For some slides, just touch and go. You just touch and then we'll move on. All right? Other ones, we will try and say a bit about them. I think because of the session I already have had, some speakers already have spoken some of the stuff that we would speak to. Okay? All right. So my name is Dominic Oger. I wear plenty of hats, but for this platform right now, I am the CIO for SAT. Okay? The topic we're discussing in the next few minutes will be building the infrastructure of Nigeria's digital future. I know that this can be a lot of things for us Nigerians. Quite interesting. If you ask many people about what they understand by infrastructure, people will give you different words for infrastructure depending on where they actually work. The people that work in the Ministry of Works, they will describe it as bridges and caterpillars and the likes. But for the guys that are in technology, we have our own unique ways of doing that. Some people actually will just limit it to cloud and to servers. But for what we're discussing this afternoon, we're looking at the digital future. We will find some interesting definitions for that word, and I'm hoping that we will do some justice to the time that we have allotted. Now let me try this, the pointer. Yep. It works. Okay, so that's where I work. I work with, so I won't bother you too much about this, so I'll call this one touch and go, right? If you want to know more about me, just you can do a quick Google or check me after the meeting, all right? Okay. Finally. All right, so now what I'll try and do here is, I can't even see clear what I have there. In this area, we talk about future, especially in the area of digital economy. I would say that the future already is here. You heard earlier when our Gen Z AI guy talked about the place of AI. Remember, AI is no longer just in the future. AI is here. It has come to influence all the things that we do. And for us as Nigerians, I think we are in a very beautiful place. As tough as things may be, Nigeria is still one place where certain things work to an extent. I had a call with a friend of mine over the weekend, and he was telling me that in a country here in Africa, they're still using checkbooks, and you are still using doing transfers by going to the banks only. And I told him that's why I went to the bank, was to go and maybe some 3-4 years ago. So things have improved, but we're not exactly there yet. And I'm hoping that some of the stuff we will do here, especially with the vision that Nigeria has for its digital economy. We have a body that is responsible for digital economy. They came out 2020, and they had a goal, which is that by 2030, in under 5 years, we should have hit about $1 trillion economy. I know that can be argued here and there. I'm sure they are doing a lot of things in this area, but this is where I'll pick a few things so that just help us land the discussion. They mentioned 8 pillars, right? Now, in those pillars, one of them is in the area of regulations, whether it's your ICE regulations for NDPR and the likes. They talk about the place of digital literacy, all right? Yes, not just your TikTok and people dancing in front of the mirror and then posting it, all right? But not just that alone. But let me mention this part. They also mentioned the place of what they called solid infrastructure. Now, for most people, when we talk about that word infrastructure, we only think of servers and cloud. But what what they have done to let us realize that beyond the solid infrastructure, you also have what is called the service infrastructure. All right? What is the place of where you have digital systems? They talked about the place of having digital services, one of the pillars for achieving this digital economy. And then they talked about the soft infrastructure. If you remember the first speaker, he shared his experience where he lost trust, as it were. Now, things like trust, things like security, cyber security, comes largely under what is referred to as your soft infrastructure. Then there's this place of the digital society. Now, at this point, this is where your AI comes in very much handy. and then there's the place of the indigenous adoption. Now, their belief, which is what they are doing now, is that with these 8 pillars, Nigeria should be able to achieve this digital economy in a few years from now. So what I would therefore do is I will do some quick step. Where are we today? In terms of broadband penetration, which was something they talked about, they say in terms of broadband penetration, we are only about 50% because we still don't have enough coverage across Nigeria. For some areas and some places, you have internet. Because you are largely in the mainland, VI and Lekki, you won't understand these things unless you move out of the heart of Lagos. Then you realize that you can have very terrible internet. All right? Then key policy, something they also have done is that they have introduced lots of lovely policies that have for startups and co. And I think they have done pretty well there. But the bottom line for us is that there are still gaps in power, which is still inconsistent. We still have gaps with our connectivity, our internet. We still have gaps in the areas of our local cloud adoption. Right now, most organizations would depend on cloud providers that are not in Nigeria. Okay? Now, where I'm going to take this, because of the time I have, is to just look at the 5 blocks of that infrastructure, just to understand when we say infrastructure, especially in the digital era, we are looking at these 5 areas. I think I've moved forward. Yes. So 5 areas. So we talk about, so if you must pick anything from this session, just note this. When we talk about, for us in digital era, we are looking at powering connectivity. We are looking at empowering our digital talent. That means our staff, our colleagues, ourselves. We are looking at strengthening the trust infrastructure because we know trust is a big deal. If trust is missing, everything is missing. So in the areas of protecting our data, our users' data, the place of encouraging indigenous innovation, all right? Before you check out there, check it within. Do we have it? Can we do it? All right? And then the place of what I will emphasize as the place of collaboration. This is a big deal for us. What we don't want is where people want to do work only by themselves instead of looking at what other people are doing. I'm going to end it with just one thing. For a startup, you will not be able to have all this at once, only for most companies. Now, this is a place where you would need what we call your managed service partner. Somebody that would come and help meet certain areas of these blocks. This is not an advert for any company, all right? But I do believe that if you have your managed service companies or partners, they'll be able to help you meet some of those gaps, right, that you are not able to meet on your own. Don't worry, I know they are there and they are spying at me. All right, so I'm going to stop at this point. Maybe when we have another chance, we'll speak a bit more to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Dominic Auger. Thank you. And if you have questions, like he said, you can actually just walk up to him. So very quickly, we're moving to the next panel session without wasting any of our time. Please join us welcome Mr. Kingsley Iyang, the Head Managing Director, Services and Products for Signal Alliance Technology Holding. A round of applause, please. We also have Mr. Muyiwa Ogunsi, the Head of Innovation and Growth, SAF. Thank you.
And then we've got Ezine Orimoloye. This is the Senior Technical Recruiter at Upwork. And then the moderator for this session is Chioma Malone. This is the Head of Marketing at SAF. We can give them a round of applause.
Okay, I think we also have Mr. Dominic Auger on this panel as well. Please, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you have just 10 minutes. Moderator, kindly take note of the timer. 10 minutes for this panel session. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Because of time, I'm just going to dive into the questions. My first question goes to you, Mr. Kingsley Iyang, right? So as someone who has been at the forefront of managed and outsourced services for close to a decade now, what challenges do you see fintechs facing today that managed services can help solve? Particularly in terms of scalability, security, and customer trust.
All right, thank you so much. A couple of speakers have made mention of certain words. From this morning, a lot of people have talked about scalability. They've talked about security. They've talked about AI being the next future. In fintech, it's really not an easy task running a fintech company because you're saddled with some responsibility in terms of security, in terms of scaling up the business. Scalability in fintech simply means how you're able to handle expansion. Expansion in terms of customer base, expansion in terms of products, without necessarily compromising security, performance, and trust, right? For over a decade that I've worked across different fintech organizations, one of the challenges that fintech organizations have encountered is in terms of that security, ensuring that customer data, customer informations are not breached. And with these recent days where we have AI, mind you, as more and more we use AI in terms of increasing productivity, is the same way that unethical people are out there trying to use AI to also break into customer information and possibly hack the system. So security, like I said, scalability, customer loyalty and trust, and then, of course, you want to talk about customer retentions. Those are major challenges I have seen within the fintech industries, which is peculiar across all boards. Now, in terms of managed services, 20 years ago, organizations are usually skeptical about managed services because of the fear of data. But today, the fear of not doing, the cost of not subscribing to a managed services is higher than the cost of remediating an issue when you have hackers, right? Therefore, in the area of security, managed services plays a lot of roles because security is vast, right? It requires specialized skill sets. The technologies are so much, right? And for fintech organizations, you know, having a very large in-house IT team may be very, you know, costly for the organizations, right? And then when you compare that in terms of revenue, it may not give them enough profit. So subscribing to a managed services partner helps the organizations in terms of using the managed services expertise to acquire a set of talents that will be able to manage their security. Also, there is an issue of Jackpot syndrome that has hit rock, you know, the fintech industry as well as the banks. You know, the brighter ones are living for greener pasture outside. Our universities are not also doing enough, you know. So when graduates are churned out into the labor system, into the labor market, they are not well equipped to handle the current trend of technology. Therefore, managed services also provide that talent pool, you know, to address those concerns. Then, quickly, in terms of the other areas that I spoke about, in terms of customer trust, once you're able to increase your security, and then you also have the right technology, which is where managed service comes in terms of scalability. Technology is expensive. You can't keep acquiring new technologies as they come. But subscribing to managed services gives you that expansion. So when you expand, you don't have a fear, you know, of being hacked.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kingsley. So my next question is for our lovely lady. Isn't there? Okay. So you've been, as a senior technical recruiter for Upwork, you've played in this space of managed service for a long time. And then looking at Nigerian fintech ecosystem, what practical steps or strategies do you think fintech should adopt when transitioning to managed services? And how can providers essentially demonstrate measurable value for them in that journey?
Thank you so much. This is such an amazing question. And the good thing is that the Nigerian fintech ecosystem has amazingly grown. And with this growth comes complexity, maintaining uptime, making sure you have the right talent to protect your services, abiding with the laws of the land, the NDPR, the Nigerian data protection laws, the laws of CBN. So with managed services, partnering for fintechs, partnering with managed services, it cannot be overemphasized because fintechs need to focus on their core and then outsource on their core capabilities and outsource their contextual capabilities to managed services. You focus on your core. I think Zets had a presentation now where they talked about customer engagement, transaction time, uptime, compliance, and all. When you work with a managed service, the managed services provider, they will give you specialized talents that will help you work on your technology while you focus on growing the business and all. And you don't just align with any managed service provider. You make sure that the person understands your business model. Are you looking to increase ROI? Are you looking to reduce your downtime? Are you looking to increase or reduce cost of your operation? Once you identify this with your MSR, then you'll be able to audit your capabilities and align with the right managed service provider to deliver this. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I have a question for you, my CIO, right? The question is from a technological service provider's perspective, right, which is one of the things that we do. How should fintech companies rethink their IT and operational models to fully leverage managed services as strategic advantage rather than just a cost-saving measure?
Okay, thank you for that. It's a tricky one to answer, essentially, when that's what you actually do yourself. But then, having also had experience outside here, I would say, first thing is that don't think of your managed service partner. In fact, that's a better word. Look at your partner, all right? They are with it in the journey. Don't look at them as if they just come to save costs, right? But they are partners. And then what that means is that they also would help you, lift the heavy load. Because they are partners and they are skilled in certain areas, it allows you to move the heavy loads to them. And then you can spend your time on innovative stuff, the fun stuff for you. Scale, make more money. And then let the MSPs like Kingsley and Co., let them get busy with running around with the servers, running around with the cloud, and all that. That's what. So for me, it would be mindset shift. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Because we are quickly running out of time, Mr. Muyiwa, could you just give, just briefly, just name about 3 problems you think fintechs are having when it comes to managed services?
All right, thank you. There was a Fortune 500 company that spent $8 million in trying to build an AI chatbot. 6 months down the line, subscribers reduced by 23%. Customer care was avoiding the chatbot. So what is that telling us? Cost for you, but they're trying to embed and integrate fraud detection, data insight, customer insight into the services so that you are providing value to